wà tẹ́lẹ̀ látàárọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tó bá sọ ló máa dùn.
ṣé àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ náà pé
testing microphone. Testing microphone. Testing microphone. Testing microphone.
Àfọlábí Àkànjí. Olúwa ẹ̀tún bí o, ẹ̀tún bí ọkọ̀ tó ní lọ pé Olúwa ẹ̀tún bí o, ẹ̀tún bí abalẹ̀.
Anywhere from now, our enforcement team check if we are adequately protected. If we are in full adherence to the NCDC protocol.
You are welcome, sir. The head of service, Dr. Festus Ologboyega Oyebade. HOS. Yes. Tábà ti rí ọ̀gá wa DOP tó fi káwọ́ méjì sókè. Ọ̀gá ti dé nìyẹn. Hallelujah kọ̀nà kí o. Ọ̀gá ti dé nìyẹn. Láti bẹ̀rù lábọ́. Let's take our seat, please.
Live on to Osun State Broadcasting Corporation outside broadcast van at the Local Government Service Commission Hall, where we are celebrating the 2 years in office of Governor His Excellency Alhaji Sekagbe. Yes, it's 2 years full of achievements, full of landmark achievements and monumental achievements. Today we are celebrating 2 years in office of His Excellency, and we are at the venue for the award of local government area-wide open education free ODS certificate to Ifeda local government area in Osun State by National Task Force Group of Sanitation in conjunction with UNICEF in the state of Osun. And today we have so many people in the house. The governor is already on ground, and so also members on ground. My name is Oluwatoyin or JME. Will be updating you with events as they begin to unfold. Let me hand over to my colleague.
Ó ṣeun Tóyìn Ọ̀jẹ́yẹmí ó ṣe gan ni bí Tóyìn ṣe sọ tẹlifíṣàn àti rédíò Ọ̀ṣun náà ni ẹ ti ń gbọ́ wá báyìí. A wà ní Local Government Civil Service Commission ní Àbẹ̀rẹ̀ níbi tí a ti ń dáwọ́ ìdùnnú fún ti gbígba àmì ẹ̀yẹ èyí tí a fẹ́ fi fún ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìfẹ́dayọ̀ lónìí nítorí pé wọ́n gbégbá orókè nínú ìmọ́tótó àti pé ká má ṣe ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ sí ìta mọ́. Nínú àṣeyọrí ìṣèjọba gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ọdún méjì tó kún fún àṣeyọrí tó lówúra, inú ẹ̀ náà ni eléyìí náà lòun náà wà. Gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ pé àti gómìnà àti igbákejì wọn wọ́n ṣe gudugudu méje yàyà mẹ́fà pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n jọ ń ṣe ìjọba. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run fún ìgbésí ayé wọn àti fún ọdún méjì yìí tó kún fún àṣeyọrí tó pọ̀ púpọ̀. Lára àwọn akitiyan àti àwọn ètò tí a là kalẹ̀ fún ìdáwọ́ ìdùnnú yìí náà ni eléyìí náà ló wà. Bí a ṣe wà níbí ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní ibi tí a wà yìí Multipurpose Hall Local Government Civil Service Commission nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níbí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni a wà tí a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò tòní. A fi ń dá yín lójú pé oríṣiríṣi àlejò ni wọ́n ti wà níkàlẹ̀. Àwọn orí adé, àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùlú ìlú, alága ẹgbẹ́ APC wọ́n wà níkàlẹ̀, akọ̀wé ìjọba fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n wà níkàlẹ̀, olórí òṣìṣẹ́ níjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n wà níkàlẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni lẹ́ẹ̀kan àti lórúkọ wọn bẹ̀ níbí. Ẹ má bá wa kálọ, a máa mú wá sí etí gbọ́ yín àti sí ojúwòrán yín bí ètò gbogbo nǹkan bá ṣe lọ. Títí lọ́pẹ́ Ajíbóyè lórúkọ mi pẹ̀lú Tóyìn Ọ̀jẹ́yẹmí àti Ṣọlá Marcus. Gbogbo wa a wà níbí tí Adéjùmọ̀kẹ́ Akínjọ́lá tó kó wa ṣòdì wá síbí. Ẹ máa bá wa kálọ.
Mọ́mì mi o.
Thank you. I recognize the Deputy Governor, State of Osun, Mr. Benedict Oluboyega Alabi. The Chairman of Progressive Congress in Adani State, Prince Adeboyega Famodu.
Stand up for the champions.
We have keyed into in Osun. The state government also keyed into this initiative with Mr. Governor signed the P-Wash protocol, which facilitated Osun selection for the program. UNICEF had a program in 3 local government areas of Ayedade, Odo-Otin, and Ifedayo, and the ODF program was incorporated into this program. The welcoming acceptance of Ifeda local government area propelled much assistance and support from UNICEF, and in October 2019, the local government also was declared ODF by the federal government, thus making it the first local government area in Osun Southwest and the 15th in the country to obtain ODF status. Therefore, there has been a massive level of sensitization on ODF, especially with the support of the WASH ambassador in the state, Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola. Her efforts assisted in Ifedayo's achievements, and this will soon be replicated in Ayedade and Odo-Otin local government areas. The sensitization was not limited to 3 local government areas, as sensitization and mobilization of stakeholders were carried out in Osun West, Osun East, and Osun Central Senatorial District. In addition, the First Lady mobilized and visited some
The Secretary to the State Government, Prince
LCD, among others. Even though Nigeria has the plan of exiting ODF by 2025, the target of 2023 has been set for the state of Osun, especially that more than 3 local government areas would have exited OD by the first quarter of 2021.
ó ṣeun bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé bó ti tóun bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àjọmọ̀ tú gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe mọ̀ pé orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà ní 2019 India gan ni wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní ipò àwọn tí wọ́n mọ̀ ṣègbọ̀nsẹ̀ káàkiri ipò kínní ni wọ́n gbà. Nàìjíríà ni wọ́n ní ó gba ipò kejì, àmọ́ ń gbò ya Nàìjíríà bá tún ṣe kínní agbé ipò kínní àgbàmọ́ India lọ́wọ́, torí pé India wọ́n ṣe àgbélárugẹ ká mọ̀ ṣègbọ̀nsẹ̀ káàkiri síbikíbi. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí ó yá tí Ọlọ́run gbé ṣíṣe rẹ̀ dé, Nàìjíríà náà pẹ̀lú ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àjọ UNICEF àwọn náà gbéra sọ wípé àwa náà ò ní gbà láti mọ̀ ṣègbọ̀nsẹ̀ káàkiri, a fẹ́ kúrò ní ipò kínní àwọn ọ̀bùn tí wọ́n ń ṣègbọ̀nsẹ̀ káàkiri. Ìdí nìyí tí àjọ UNICEF tí wọ́n fi wá sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pẹ̀lú ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ọ́fíìsì aya gómìnà màmá wa Kafayat Oyetola pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìgbìyànjú wọn, wọ́n mú àwọn ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ 3 Ìfẹ́dayọ̀, Odo-Otin àti Ayédáadé. Wọ́n ní kí wọ́n tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ wò wọ́n wò ná ní apá ìwọ̀ oòrùn níbí, ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé Ìfẹ́dayọ̀ local government ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìfẹ́dayọ̀ wọ́n gbé gbá orókè. Ilé kan ṣáláńgá kan òun ni nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ níbẹ̀. Ìmọ́tótó wá ṣe kí ni ó borí àrùn gbogbo mọ́lẹ̀. Ojú àgbàrá wa ó mọ geere, wọn dàgbọ̀nsẹ̀ síbẹ̀ mọ́, wọn tọ̀ síbẹ̀ mọ́. Ìdí nìyí tá a fi wà níbí lónìí, torí pé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwa náà ti gòkè àgbà nínú ìmọ́tótó. Màmá wa Kafayat Oyetola wọ́n ṣe gudugudu méje yàyà mẹ́fà. Tó bá fi máa di ní ìwòye ọdún tó ń bọ̀, ẹ rí i pé Odo-Otin, Ayédáadé àti àwọn ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ yòókù náà àwọn náà ti súnmọ́kè nínú pé ilé kan ṣáláńgá kan kó má bàa sí ẹ̀gbin káàkiri ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun mọ́. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé Nàìjíríà náà ní ìpinnu láti já wípé kò ní sí ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ kankan mọ́ ní agbègbè wa tí ó bá fi di ọdún 2025, àmọ́ nígbà tí ó bá fi di 2023 ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò ti gòkè àgbà nínú ìmọ́tótó eléyìí tá a gbọ́wọ́lé yìí pẹ̀lú ìrànlọ́wọ́ àjọ UNICEF. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ màmá wa Kafayat Oyetola pẹ̀lú ìrànlọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Gbóyèga Oyetola fún àtìlẹ́yìn àti ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ wọn láti rí wípé ilé kan ṣáláńgá kan ó wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Èyí náà la rí tá a pè ní àríṣe láríkà. Àríkà náà ni bàbá Rẹ̀gún. Ọdún méjì yìí ó kún fún àṣeyọrí tó gbọ̀ngbọ́n lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ máa bá wa ká lọ torí pé a máa mú àwọn ètò wọ̀nyí wá sí ojúwòran yín àti etígbọ̀ yín lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan.
Secretary, the Chairman, Federal Local Government, Argon Chairman Honorable Abiodun Idowu. I recognize this event is being beamed live. This event is being streamed live. Please, let's be very cautious of what we are doing. Both Osbc, radio and television. This event is going on to our viewers live. Live, please. I recognize chairmen of local government here present. I recognize Kábíyèsí Ọba Adédòkun Ọmọnìyí Abọ́lárin Ọ̀gbọ́n Fòkèlà Kábíyèsí o. Kábíyèsí Akẹ́sì ti Ọ̀rá Ìgbómìnà Ọba Samuel Ọládòye Ìdòwú Kábíyèsí o. Forum of Local Government Secretaries in the state of Osun, I recognize. You are highly recognized. Kábíyèsí Ọ̀rọ̀gún ti Òkèlà Ọ̀rọ̀gún, mo ti kí yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Ọba Adédòkun Abọ́lárin. Mo kí the GM Uwesa, Mr. Ademola Ọlárẹ̀wájú. I recognize distinguished members of the First Lady's entourage, the wife of the Secretary to State Government, Mrs. Bosede Oyebamiji, wife of APC Chairman, Mrs. Bumi Famodun, wife of Head of Service, Barrister Kikelomo Oweye, the Director General Osbc, Mrs. Adejumoke Akinjiola. Please, I recognize other top government officials here present. Once again, First Lady's entourage, wife of SLG, Mrs. Bosede Oyebamiji, wife of HOS, Barrister Kikelomo Oyebade, wife of APC Chairman, Mrs. Bumi Famodun. I recognize all top government officials here present, all members of staff of the Ministry of Water Resources and Energy. You are highly recognized. We are moving straight to the commencement of today's event. And I will be welcoming the Honorable Commissioner for Water Resources and Energy, Dr. Amiju Tadeshe, for his welcome address.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, Your Excellency, the mother of all Omoluabis, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Benedict Olugboyega Alabi, Secretary to the State Government, Chief of Staff, Head of Service, members of the State Executive here present, Permanent Secretaries and Head of Agencies here present, the Chairman of All Progressive Congress, the UNICEF officials, all public officers, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be part of this epoch-making presentation of certificates to a local government area by UNICEF and the State of Osun under the able leadership of His Excellency, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, the Executive Governor of Osun State. This inauguration is the first of this kind in Osun State and the whole of southwestern region of the country. Ifeda local government area was one of the 3 LGAs supported under the Water Supply and Sanitation Sector Reform Project 2, WSSRP2 project implementation. The EU UNICEF WSSRP2 program was scaled up to Ifedayo LGA in 2017. And this prompted the management of the local government to kick-start community triggering in 2017, when 110 communities were triggered, while the remaining 50 communities were equally triggered in 2018. The exercise brought about massive acceptance of the program in several communities, such that at the end of 2018, all the 160 communities in the local government area have been certified open defecation-free ODF. The LGA-wide ODF output target, which is in line with SDG goal prepared UNICEF, to provide the LGA with necessary support to achieve ODF, among other words inclined results. After much work in achieving this feat, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, through the National Task Group on Sanitation, in November 2019, declared the Federal LGA as open defecation free. It must be put on record that Ifedayo LGA became the 15th LGA in Nigeria and the very first in the whole of Southwest to become ODF. This great achievement could not have come without the sacrifices of a lot of stakeholders, starting with His Excellency, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, who is ably supported by the First Lady, Mrs. Kabaya Oyetola. On behalf of the good people of the state of Osun, we say a big thank you for this wonderful achievement. We also appreciate UNICEF for providing technical and financial support. We equally thank Honorable Samuel Idowu Abiodun, the chairman of Ifedayo LGA. We thank Ifedayo LGA West, World Confederation in Ifedayo, traditional and religious leaders, SCGS, NTGS, market men and women in Ifedayo LGA, RUESA, collaborating NGOs, and the community members for their acceptance and support for this great achievement. I would like to use this medium to appeal to everyone to ensure that the state of Osun meets the target of statewide ODF by year 2023. This will come with much dedication, sacrifice, and resilience, because Ifedayo LGA, we are celebrating truly sacrifice for today's award. I therefore call on every stakeholder, including all LGA/SCDA political office holders, HOD West, RUESA, sanitarians, traditional and religious leaders, market men and women, SCGS, water and sanitation sector representatives and leaders, all and sundry, to emulate this uneven achievement so that the state of Osun can indeed become open defecation free by year 2023. Already, we are highly hopeful that Odote and other LGAs will soon join the League of ODF LGAs. It is on this note that I welcome you all to this very important official award and presentation of ODF certificate to Ifedayo LGA. I trust it is an event that we wish to witness again and again. Please enjoy the program. Stay safe and have a pleasant day. You are all welcome.
A round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner once again. The event of today is very remarkable because Osun is the first in the Southwest where one of its local governments will be receiving this great award. This is the first in the Southwest and the 15th in Nigeria. Please, we deserve a round of applause. Now I'm moving straight to good messages. Let me welcome Kabiyesi the Ogun Fokela, Ọba Adedoko Omoniyi Abolarin Aroyinkeye the first.
Mr. Governor, sir, the Deputy Governor, the First Lady, distinguished officers of the state of Osun, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure for me, on behalf of my brother Obas, the Akesin of Ora Igbomina and the Asaoni of Ora Igbomina, to just put it succinctly, this goodwill message. But before I proceed further, I had an experience about 6-7 days ago, and in all honesty, I was just praying for Mr. Governor. Àdúrà tí mo dẹ̀ gbà fún governor ó máa mọ́ wọn lágbára Olúwa. Mo kọjá ní Ẹdẹ school, Queen School ayé àtijọ́, engineering, Army Engineering Corps. Mo kọjá ní Ara, mo dé Èjìgbò. Ẹ̀rù máa ń bà mí láti kọjá gbogbo ọ̀nà yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti tà pátápátá. I'm not saying it to just humor Mr. Governor. Some of us always speak to power. We pray that you continue what you are doing. The human capital, the knowledge that you have in restructuring and re-engineering the affairs of the state, the Lord will continue to bless you with. I commend you. Back to your local government. It's not easy to be number one in Osun State. But that is, I always tell people, that is the duty that we hold. It's a duty that we hold to be the number one in everything in Osun State, despite the fact that we are the smallest in Osun State. The cliche is the smallest and the brightest. Because 2-3 years ago, Ifedayo came first in Osun State in West African certificate examination. You can establish that. Then 2 years ago, we didn't come first, Iwo beat us to it. We came second. It's just to tell us that despite the fact that we are small, by God's grace, we continue to be the number one in Osun State. Health is wealth. Cleanliness is next to godliness. These are attributes that all of us in the state of Osun must share. It's not easy. It's difficult. When I became the Oronguin Okela, it wasn't that I saw things that were difficult for me to stick. But that is what governance is all about. That is what leadership is all about. If it's an El Dorado, then we don't have any reason to have leaders. But it's in an environment where you think things are impossible that you get impossibility to become possible. So that we are the cleanliness, we are the neatest local government council in Osun State. It's not easy. It's a yeoman's work that we all did. The state government apparatus, the local government chairman, the officers of the local government, where's traditional rulers, religious leaders, all of us working together in unison to make sure that our local government is the best in the state of Osun. That is the beauty of democracy. That is the beauty of federalism. Healthy rivalry, healthy competition. We pray that all other local governments in the state of Osun will now go to the ring board and beat us to it and make sure that the state of Osun in the whole of Nigeria becomes the #1 state in Nigeria. It is doable. It is possible. And that is the goodwill message. All of us working together with Mr. Governor must make sure that in all apparatus of human development, Osun State must be the #1 state in Nigeria. I thank you. I commend the effort of Mr. Governor once again. I commend the effort of the government of the government of Osun State. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Let me quickly welcome the UNICEF representative, Mr. Alan Ibiaga, for his remarks. Round of applause for him as he comes around.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Osun State, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, the First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola, the Deputy Governor, the Secretary to the State Government, the Chief of Staff, the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Head of Service, members of the State Executive Council, and please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I greet you all. I bring greetings from the representative of UNICEF in Nigeria, Mr. Peter Hawkins, and my CFO, Dr. Tusha Rane, who are unavoidably absent today. Also here with me is Dr. Bisi Orebi. It's an honor to join you today to share in your joy as the first local government in the entire southwest Nigeria with 100% validated open defecation-free status. This remains a landmark feat, and not just for Ifedayo, but also for Osun State as a whole, Nigeria, and for UNICEF. Indeed, getting to this point was a long process, with challenges and bottlenecks. You painstakingly overcame them all. From introduction of the CLTS, community-led total sanitation approach in Ifedayo, to community triggering, today, all communities in the LGA, Ifedayo LGA, have been certified and validated open defecation free. The validation of ODF communities in Ifedayo LGA was done in October 2019 by the National Task Group on Sanitation, which is made up of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and other key sector players. The report of the validation exercise showed a 100% success rate, and the LGA was thus declared open defecation free. This laudable achievement by Ifedayo LGA puts Osun State in the limelight as the state with the first ODF LGA in southwest Nigeria. I want to thank the governor and the executive council members for their support in making this a reality. UNICEF, of course, is part of this success story, having supported the implementation of the water, sanitation, and hygiene intervention in 3 LGAs, Ayedade, Odo Otin, and Ifedayo in Osun State through the Water Supply and Sanitation Sector Reform Program. Investing in water, sanitation, and hygiene is critical to preventing both pandemics and local outbreaks. The opposite leaves all of us exposed. While the present COVID-19 pandemic shows us that proper sanitation and hygiene is a first line of defense against COVID-19 and so many other diseases such as diarrhea, cholera, typhoid, influenza, and pneumonia. Without proper sanitation and hygiene, we are all vulnerable. The pandemic reminds the world of a fundamental tenet of public health. When some populations are unprotected, it leaves all of us at risk. Underinvestment in WASH has left 800 million Africans without safe drinking water, and more than 700 million without basic sanitation or the means to wash their hands. In Nigeria, according to the WASH Norm Survey of 2019, 60 million people, about 30% of the population, do not have access to basic drinking water, while 46 million people, 26% of the population, still practice open defecation. The same report estimates that 24% of the population of Osun State do not have access to safe drinking water services, while up to 38% of the population still practice open defecation. Therefore, while the achievement we celebrate today is a history-making event that shows the commitment of the government and the people of Osun State to ending open defecation in the state, a lot still needs to be done to make the entire state, beginning with Ifedayo, Odo-Otin, Ayedade, to all LGAs in Osun State, ODF. Investment in WASH are what we call no-regret investments. In fact, WASH, water, sanitation, and hygiene, is an excellent investment. The economic benefits of sanitation produces 5 times in return. And improving hand hygiene can generate savings in health expenditure up to 15 times the costs. The state may want to prioritize this WASH, no-regret investments. Obviously, investing in water, sanitation, and hygiene is the necessary foundation for a healthy and productive population. It's a global public good, and as COVID-19 has shown us, we have no time to waste. This is the time to get it right. With sustainable public investment, transparency, accountability, we can make safe water, sanitation, and hygiene a reality for everybody in Osun State, Nigeria, and around the world. Congratulations, Ifedayo. Congratulations, Osun State. Congratulations, Nigeria. Thank you.
Congratulations, UNICEF. Thank you. I recognize the Commissioner for Lands, Honorable Nathaniel Agunbiade. SC Lands, Honorable Alim Bakari. Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Engineer Sholagbade Oladepo. Iyaloja General Alaja Awawu Asidemade. Bukiyima. Wonkiyo Ekabuma. Now we are moving straight. Let me welcome the Chairman of Federal Local Government, Honorable Abiodun Idowu. Àwọn gan ni wọ́n ṣayẹyẹ lónìí.
Excellency, sir, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun, Excellency, sir, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun. Okay. I don't want you to touch my His Excellency, or Our Excellency, First Lady, the State of Osun. His Excellency, Deputy Governor, State of Osun. The Chief of Staff, Secretary to the State Government, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Head of Service, my Chairman, the State Chairman of APC, the UNICEF representative, the Universal representative, and our royal fathers, gentlemen of the press, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is an address by Honorable Abiodun Samalidowu, the chairman of the Federal Local Government, Okeila Orangun, the State of Osun, on the occasion of press briefing and official presentation of open defecation free certificates to the Federal Local Government, dated today, 25 November 2020, at Local Government Service Commission Hall, Osogbo. I am in a state of euphoria this morning to be at the press briefing and official presentation of open defecation free ODF certificate to the Federal Local Government in honor of the total commitment to cleanliness and hygienic environment. The advent of WSSS RP, Water Supply and Sanitation Reform Program, second phase, came on board with the intervention of EU, UNICEF in the year 2017. The local government has 160 communities where WAS activities were carried out on one house, one toilet. To God be the glory. Today, I can boldly say with pride that all houses in the Federal Local Government have sanitary toiletry facilities that are being used accordingly. There are also provision of potable water supply to keep the people safe from fecally transmitted diseases. We are also having 135 hand pumps, boreholes, and 17 solar motorized boreholes in the community provided by EU UNICEF. It was in the light of this above that both the state and national task force on sanitation STGS and NTGS conducted thorough inspection to confirm the validity of sanitation in every house, and therefore recommended the Federal Local Government for approval, which became the first ODF local government in Osun and in the whole of southwest Nigeria. Ever since, our people have been enjoying good, healthful living and reduced level of mobility in the society. I wish to appreciate Our Excellency, the CLTS Ambassador, Alhaja Kafayat Oyetola, the First Lady of the State of Osun, for the unrelenting effort in a bid to drive Ifedayo and Osun to ODF status. Also, our royal fathers, the Orangun of Okela, the Akesin of Ora and Asaori of Ora, religious leaders, associations and groups, staff and management of Federal Local Government for their dogged commitment for the laudable achievement. I must not forget the West Department of our local government for their role. My goodwill message will not be completed without being grateful to the state governor of the state of Osun, His Excellency Alhaji Adegboyega Oyetola, who stood boldly behind us, behind this program. God will give you outstanding success in all your endeavors. We want to assure you of our unalloyed loyalty and commitment all the time. We identify with the achievements so far recorded by you as we prepare to celebrate, as we are celebrating the second year anniversary of our monumental achievements. On a final note, I want to enjoy the donor agencies to put in more effort to sponsoring more WAS programs, while other local governments should emulate the Federal Local Government. But before I hand this address, I want to equally say that we in the Federal, we are equally ready to collaborate with other local governments in the state so as to achieve this status. And this will move Osun to this status as soon as possible. And again, before fi èdè wa sọ pé adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàmá wa nítorí pé n táwọn rí gbà lé ní effort first lady ìyàwó gómìnà wa ó pọ̀ ńbẹ̀ gan. Council tí a sọ pé òun ló kéré jù ní Ọ̀ṣun, tá a bá sọ pé council tó kéré jù lọ́ṣun, à ń sọ pé láàárín àwọn council 30 local government là ń sọ o. A ti ní 69 local government nísìnyí, Ìfẹ́dà ọ̀kọ́ ló kéré jù, kì í sàwọn la kéré jù mọ́ nísìnyí. A ti di council tó tóbi under 69 yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n nínú 30 tá à ń sọ pé àwọn la kéré jù láàárín oṣù mẹ́fà ìyá wa Oyètọ́lá wọ́n wá sí council wa lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta. So wọ́n fẹ́ràn wa gan, ìrànlọ́wọ́ wọn àti pípa ara wọn, ìnáwó wọn sí Fẹ́dàyọ̀ ó wà lára àwọn tó mọ wa jẹ́ àkọ́kọ́ tí ó kọ́kọ́ gba certificate. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí o, àwọn ọmọ ọ̀nà ti yín láéláé ni. A sọ pé a fẹ́ fún wọn joyè ní Fẹ́dàyọ̀, ọ̀nàgún fẹ́ fún wọn joyè lókèlá, wọn àti sọ̀rọ̀ a sì wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ gan.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Honourable Commissioner for Education, Honourable Fola Musho Oladoyin, I recognize you. And I can also say the LC Legislative Matters, Honourable Kamil Oyedele, you are highly recognized. Now, we didn't just achieve these feats. Ibi tá a wà lónìí báyìí àkọ́délé débẹ̀. Your Excellency, there was a journey. And to take us through this journey, I welcome the General Manager of UESA, Mr. Ademola Oraiwaju. He will be taking us through the journey, how we arrived at this destination. Mr. Ademola Oraiwaju, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, our mother, our mommy, the First Lady of the State of Osun, the Deputy Governor, State of Osun, the party chairman, you are recognized. I want to stand on the existing protocols and to present the journey to Ifedayo LGA open defecation free status. Now, background information. The State of Osun is one of the EU UNICEF Water Sector Reform Program 2 states. Others are Kano, Cross River, Jigawa, Anambra, and Yobe states. WSSRP2 implementation started in the State of Osun in 2013. Ifedayo became a beneficiary as a result of scaling up exercise in 2017. This gave rise to support from UESA as well as UNICEF. I need to stress here that the government of the State of Osun paid the due counterpart fund, because the scaling up is not just on a platter of gold. It's tied to the payment of a counterpart fund and the enabling environment provided by the state government of Osun. I wish to acknowledge and thank my father and my governor. Thank you very much, sir. Ifedayo LGA is predominantly rural with 10 council wards, namely Akesi, Ashaoni, Awuru, Ayetoro, Balogun, Cooperative, Obale, Oyeayegunle, Temidire, and Isemi. These are the 10 wards in Ifedayo local government. Now, at the baseline level, that's at the point of entry, at the point of starting work in the local government, 48% of the household in the Ifedayo local government have access to latrine, and only about 20% of the public places and institutions also have latrines at that time. At the end of the project in 2019, a massive development was recorded in water supply and sanitation facility provided in the Ifedayo local government. The situation of how the communities were is shown in the photograph below. That is how the local government were at the baseline. Today, all household institutions and public places have improved toilets. The practice of open defecation is no longer the norms in Ifedayo, and the slogan now is one house, one latrine. Next. Now, the graphical view of the journey is shown in this page. The 8th year began the journey to ODF through the baseline survey. This was followed by community mapping and triggering. In 2017, 110 communities were triggered, and the remaining 50 were triggered in 2018. This was followed by monitoring, including formation and training of water, sanitation and hygiene committees, voluntary hygiene promoters, as well as environmental health clubs. This was followed by claiming by WOSCOM, verification by LGA WOS team, verification by RUESA, and final certification by State Task Group on Sanitation. There was a mock validation by State Task Group, RUESA, and the LGA. All these activities culminated in the validation of federal local government by the National Task Group on Sanitation in the month of September 2019. Next, the summary of the contributions was as follows. This journey began and was achieved within 1 year, 6 months, and this is the best time ever any local government will attain ODF in the country. This is very, very unique. Others are spending 3 years, 2.5 years, but in Osun State here, we are fast-tracking things and we are achieving within shortest possible time. In all this, the local government led by Honorable Abiodun Idowu identified their roles and responsibilities and discharged it towards making Ifedayo open defecation free. WAS department worked tirelessly to achieve results through activities such as community mobilization, establishment and training of WASCOMs in all the 160 communities, establishment and training of environmental health clubs in all primary schools, celebration of international days like Global Hand Washing Days, World Sanitation Days, World Water Days. They are all celebrated during the course of implementing ODF in the federal local government. The UNICEF and UNICEF supported the capacity building of staff in the LGA and also recruited a facilitator who provided technical support throughout the project phase. The state and the LGA paid counterpart fund with UNICEF fund, UNICEF fund match up, provided safe drinking water and sanitation facilities in the project communities, schools and health facilities, while UNICEF provided 100% funding for sanitation hygiene activities in the communities. Collaboration with the Office of the First Lady. This is one of the tonic that really did the magic. Collaboration with the Office of the First Lady to mobilize, sensitize community leaders, WASCOM members, religious leaders, market women, and other stakeholders in the 3 senatorial districts, having known that the state have to achieve ODF by 2023. And our mothers started this by sensitizing and mobilizing all stakeholders in each of the 3 senatorial districts. And particular attention was paid to Ifedayo because it is about to be declared open defecation free. Members of religious leaders, market women, and other stakeholders in the 3 senatorial districts in general were also mobilized. Our mother also joined the technical team to monitor the level of compliance of community members and household to latrine ownership and usage. This is highly commendable. Mark this to your whole biological system, not only elbow. So by this feat, these are the photo shots of some of the activities that took place during the exercise, the ODF exercise in the federal local government. Then at the end of the day, by October last year, the STGS, National Task Group on Sanitation, awarded a certificate showing that the federal local government becomes number 15 in the country and the first in the southwest geopolitical zone. This is a wonderful feat and it's recorded by the United Nations for Osun State that we are the first in the southwest geopolitical zone. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola Olarewaju, General Manager, UESA. And we're moving straight to hear from our mommy with the magic wand. The First Lady, the State Wash Ambassador, a woman of great virtue, intellect, and beauty. I'm privileged to welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Kafayat Olaito Oyetola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. My dear husband, the governor of the state of Osun, Mr. Adeboyega Oyetola. The Deputy Governor, Mr. Benedict Oluboyega Alabi, the Speaker, Osun State House of Assembly, Honorable Timothy Oweye, the SSG, Prince Wole Oyebamiji, the COS, Dr. Charles Diji Akinola, the DCOS, Prince Abdullahi Binuyo, the HOS, Dr. Ologwega Oyebade, APC Chairman, Prince Boyega Famodo, the representative of the Minister for Water Resources, Engineer Emmanuel Eze, the representative of UNICEF, Alan Ibeaga, the Commissioner for Water Resources, Mr. Amidu Tadeshi Raimi, the SA on Water Resources, Engineer Felix Ibitoye, and other ESCO members here present, the GM Rosa, Mr. Ademola Olanrewaju, the Algon Chairman, Mr. Idowu Abiodun, my entourage, the State Women Leader, Alaja Kudirat Fakupunte, the Iyaloja, Alaja Awao Asindemade, other women leaders here present, our royal fathers, notably His Royal Majesty Orogun of Okeila, Oba Adejokun Omoni Abolanrin, the Akesin of Ora Igomino, Kabiyesi Alayelowa Samuel Oladoye Idowu, the sanitarians here present, all state party ESCO here present, all political groups here present, security operatives, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be part of this program. The award of Open Defecation Free Certificate to Ifedayo local government's area of the effort, soul, and resoluteness with which the whole area abandoned the practice of defecating in the open places. This feat was achieved almost a year ago. However, the circumstances of the nation and the world prevented this ceremony from holding earlier than now. We thank Almighty God that finally we're here today. I want to congratulate the people of Ifedayo, and may I add the people of our darling state, for these noble and commendable achievements. It is still on record that we are the only state in the southwest Nigeria which has consistently been working in getting rid of open defecation, and with the result showing. Today, we have Ifedayo as a performance record. I am happy to say that work is advanced in 2 other local government areas. We hope they will join Ifedayo as one of the areas that are free of open defecation practice in Osun. I thank our people for your commitment to the campaign. When we started this campaign in 2019, we got assurance from our people, especially the chieftains of administration in the various local government areas, that they will be part of it. True to the tenet of Omoluabi, there has been a resounding support to the campaign. This is why we expect that more of our local government area will soon be declared open defecation free. The dangers in the continued practice of open defecation are huge and expensive. Open defecations carry grave health consequences. The consequences are not only for those engaging in the practice, but also for everyone in the community. It is a destroyer of our health and pollutant of our environment. According to various research studies, open defecations has direct link to various infectious diseases that affect our people. Human excretes contain very harmful germs that could get carried by flies. When the flies perch on our food or on a surface we can touch inadvertently, we stand the risk of disease such as diarrhea, typhoid, cholera, childbirth complications, and viral disease. Recent findings by researchers indicated that women tend to suffer more in community that still practice open defecations. It was found that many pregnant women practice poor fecal sanitation, tend to suffer preterm birth or low birth rates. They may also suffer from hookworms infestation more than those who use the toilets. These are some of the extreme dangers that we face when people practice open defecation, including improper disposal of child feces and bedpan of the sick and elderly. It has been discovered that open defecation is one of the factors leading to mortality among children under 5 years of age. This is apart from the fact that the practice could enhance rape and sexual violence against our women and girls. We are working with relevant agencies and institutions to ensure we increase and empower our health officers, the Wole Woles, in the state. We are hoping that this will be part of the achievement to be recorded in the early part of next year. I thank Mr. Governor and the members of the present administration for the support in the direction. My gratitude also goes to Mr. Speaker and his colleague in the House. We are people specifically made by God, and at all times we should demonstrate the traits and behavior of the Omoluabi. One of such is to imbibe the attitude of imọ́tótó. As our parents taught us, imọ́tótó borí gbogbo àrùn mọ́lẹ̀. We should not only stop open defecation, even where we have unused toilets, we should follow up with washing our hands with soap. The simple exercise of hand washing with soap is an effective remedy against all infectious disease, especially the raging and deadly coronavirus. I therefore urge people in all other local government areas in the state to step up the campaigns in our communities. Let us emulate Ifedayo. The message is simple. Every house should have a toilet. Use the toilet and wash hands with soap after the use of toilets, and regularly after work, market, and coming from large gathering places. I congratulate the people of Ifedayo most especially the chairman and the KBACs. I congratulate Mr. Governor and the people of our state for this achievement. It is worthy of celebration, but it is also a call to do more in this direction. We shall do more. I thank you all.
Please, standing ovation for excellency. Standing ovation for excellency. Standing ovation for excellency. Thank you so much, ma'am. His Excellency, in a minute's time, I will be inviting the Honorable Minister, representative, for his remarks, after which he will be performing the presentation of the award in front of the high table. Yes, sir. His Excellency will be joining Mr. Governor, Her Excellency, the First Lady, the Deputy Governor, Honorable Commissioner of Water Resources, Special Advisor Water Resources, Chairman of Ifedayo, UNICEF representative, KBAC Orongo Fokeila, and KBAC Akesin of our Igbomino. Let me welcome the representative of the Honorable Minister, Engineer Emmanuel Eze. The round of applause for is coming to deliver the message of the Honorable Minister for Water Resources.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Osun State, Mr. Adeboyega Oyotola, the First Lady, Her Excellency, Mrs. Kafayat Oyotola. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My Honorable Minister would have loved to be here, but due to exigency of duty, he was not able to make it. Yesterday was a fake meeting, and today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the national campaign of Clean Nigeria in Abuja for tomorrow. Because tomorrow, we'll be making 1 year of kickstarting this campaign nationally. So I read the goodwill message by the Honorable Minister, Engineer Suleiman H. Adamu, Fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, Fellow Academic of Engineering, Honorable Minister of Water Resources, on the award of AGA-wide ODS certificate to Ifedayo local government, holding at Oshobo, Osun State, on 25th November 2020. I'm delighted to address you all at this another landmark event of the declaration of Ifedayo local government of Oyo as an open defecation free, achieved under the Water Supply and Sanitation Sector Reform Program, WASH 2. I congratulate the people of Ifedayo AGA for this achievement, being the first in Osun State and the entire Southwest geography. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources acknowledges the challenges of WASH sanitation and hygiene sector in the country, which include low capacity, inadequate funding, poor coordination, among others. With the nation's access to improved sanitation estimated at 44%, with over 46 people practicing open defecation, which is rated among the highest globally. All hands must be on deck to reverse the negative impact of this sanitation on women, girls, and those in vulnerable conditions. In this regard, the ministry is committed to pursuing the collaborative efforts required in addressing these issues, and with the support of partners, have rolled out initiatives such as Partnership for Expanded Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Program, launch of National Action Plan on Revitalization of Water Sector, and declaration of a state of emergency. All these efforts are of promoting adequate sanitation and improved hygiene practices are geared towards obtaining the optimal benefit accruable from the provision of improved water supply facilities to all populations. The launch of Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign last year was actualized the national vision of ending open defecation by the year 2025 and improving access to sustainable sanitation and hygiene services for all, in line with the national roadmap. The campaign is aimed at mobilizing high-level political support, resources, and the populace towards building a new culture of self-defecation. So far, we have been able to record 33 ODF local government as at October 2020, and additional AGS are undergoing the process of validation to be declared as ODF. It's my hope that today's event will again motivate other AGS in the state to strive towards achieving the same results. The healthy competition will drive us as a nation towards our goal of eliminating open defecation by 2025. To ensure that this goal is met and no one is left behind, we must be committed to reconcile our actions in controlling water and sanitation-related morbidity and mortality among adults and children, especially those below the age of 5, knowing that investment in water, sanitation, and hygiene is a cost-effective and preventive measures in protecting the health of the people as we are witnessing in this COVID period. On this note, I wish to express my appreciation to the state government for creating the enable environment for the achievement of this success, and also recognize the dedication and commitment of institutional and community structures such as ROWASA, STGS, WASH Unit, traditional leaders, WASHCOM, and others who contributed to the success we have achieved so far. My ministry is ever committed to improving coordination, partnership, and the implementation of WASH programs, as this is the needed bedrock for an improved and sustainable access to WASH services. This partnership will go a long way in addressing the water, sanitation, and hygiene inadequacies in our city and communities, and add to scale-up processes in our effort to tackle the open defecation menace in our society. I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Yes, the Executive of the Minister of Water Resources will do the handover to the Excellency, the First Lady, who will in turn hand over to Mr. Governor, and Mr. Governor to the Chairman of Federal LGA. So let me, with utmost respect, welcome His Excellency, the Governor, Excellency, the First Lady, in front of the high table here, please. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up, for the champions, for the champions.
Handing over to Excellency. The first lady is in door now. Engineer Iman Obe, Excellency General Minister for Water Resources, handing over that great award to Excellency the first lady, Mrs. Kafayat Olaisola. Any moment from now, Excellency will hand over the award to His Excellency Governor Adeboye Olaisola, who will then perform the same exercise with the chairman of the local government area. Yes, Excellency is handing over the award to Mr. Governor. Yes, Excellency is handing over the award to Mr. Governor. The chairman of the local government executive to receive that same award from His Excellency. Yes. Anywhere from now, His Excellency, the Governor, State of Osun, Mr. Adeboye Olaisola.
Stand up for the champions, stand up.
Yes, tradition of play will now be done by the Minister. Tradition of play.
Just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
Tradition of flag, yes. Tradition of flag. Yes. Yes, tradition of flag. Yes. Yes. The presentation of flag. Another accompanies to Excellency Mrs. Kafayat Olaisola, the First Lady. The chairman, the federal local government is also very active. The local government we are celebrating today. Any minute from now, we have the remarks, the keynote address of His Excellency, the Governor of State of Osun, Mr. Adeboye Olaisola. Any moment from now. This is indeed a great feat. Yes. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of us in the state of Osun. Please let's return to our seats. Please let's return to our seat and calm down. We are at a very important section of the program. Please. Now I have the privilege to welcome for his keynote address the Governor of State of Osun, Mr. Adeboye Olaisola. Ìlérí Olúwa.
Stand up for the champions, stand up.
APC!
I recognize my darling wife, Mrs. Kafayat Olaisola, my deputy Mr. Benedict Oluboyega Alabi, the SSG, Prince Wale Yebanji, I think is left. I use that to recognize all the executive members that are here, particularly Commissioner for Water Resources and Energy, Dr. Hamid Rahim Tadese. Well, in order of protocol, the Minister of Water Resources also have been mentioned, so I'd like to recognize the presence of the Minister of Water Resources, ably represented by Engineer Iman Eze. I welcome you. SA Water Resources, Engineer Adiniro Ibitoye Kilomodemo. I think that's Inogi Jenny here, it's not. The chairman of our party, Prince Famodun. Say that again. Once more. Thank you. The ESCO of our great parties that are here, I recognize all of you. The APC women leader, Elijah Kudirat Fakokunde, the representative of UNICEF, Mr. Alan Okochukwu Ibiaga, I recognize you. Chairman of local government, SCDA, area council, particularly the chairman of the federal local government, and the add-on chairman, Honorable Abiodun Idowu, Executive Secretary, Federal Area Council, Honorable Aderemi Wasiu Abiodun, other distinguished political functionaries that are here, PSGM, Executive Secretary, CDs, members of First Lady Entourage, our royal fathers, Kábíyèsí Ọ̀ràngún of Okela, Ọba Adédòkun Abọ́lárin, congratulations. Kábíyèsí Akẹ́sìn of Ọ̀rá Ìgbómìnà, Ọba Samuel Ọládòyè Ìdòwú, congratulations as well. The civil societies and non-governmental organizations that are here, Iyalojas, Babalojas, I recognize you. I will have been surprised if I don't hear that. Members of various social and political groups that are here, members of staff of Ministry of Water Resources and Energy, other distinguished personalities, security operatives, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great privilege for me to be at this epoch-making event of the award of certificate to federal local government area as open defecation-free ODF local government, as validated by the National Task Force on Sanitation on October 30, 2019. I heartily welcome my dear wife, Her Excellency, the First Lady, Kafayat Olaitun Yetola, to this occasion, and thank her immensely for being at the forefront of the campaign against open defecation in the state, and for partnering with Rural Water and Environmental Sanitation Agency, RUWESA, to eliminate this barbaric act. I particularly commend the efforts of Her Excellency for taking the campaign around all the geopolitical zones of our state. I would like to express huge appreciation to UNICEF and the European Union for their tremendous intervention in the water supply and sanitation sector reform program, and consequently the campaign against open defecation in Osun. The broad objective of this award ceremony is to update all stakeholders gathered here today on the open defecation-free status of Ifedayo local government area, and to present the certificate of open defecation-free local government area to Ifedayo people. The local government will be the first local government area in southwestern Nigeria to achieve this feat, and the 15th in Nigeria. You recall that Ifedayo was one of the 3 local government areas supported by EU, UNICEF on water supply and sanitation sector reform program. The 2 other local government areas are Ayedade and Oduoti. The program, which ended in May last year, has really impacted on all the benefiting local government areas, attracting to them many deliverables, which include provision of water and sanitation facilities to communities, schools, markets, motor parks, and health centers. In addition, many dysfunctioning boreholes were put back to functional state, and several trainings were conducted to influence positive behavior change on sanitation, hygiene, and maintenance culture, to mention but a few. One of the milestones that the reform program has brought is what we are witnessing today, the celebration of open defecation-free status in all the major towns and cities of Ifedayo. All households in the local government area have become toilet owners, and open defecation has become a thing of the past. This status has made the federal local government to become the first LGA ever to attract national recognition as open defecation-free local government area in southwestern Nigeria. This is highly commendable. The terrible impact of open defecation practices in our society cannot be overemphasized. According to UNICEF, about 2.4 billion people do not have access to improved sanitation, and 946 million people defecate in the open around the world, while 9 out of 10 of the people defecating in the open live in the rural areas. UNICEF says that as a result of this, diarrhea diseases, which are preventable through water sanitation and hygiene wash, rank the second leading cause of death among under 5 children after malaria, and that there are nearly 1.7 billion cases of diarrhea disease every year, and about 800,000 under 5 children is dead. It's a bid to defeat these erroneous statistics that United Nations came up with the Sustainable Development Goal 6 to ensure the availability and sustainability management of water and sanitation for all. Our administration places high premium on the health of its people and regards them as the most precious resource. Consequently, we have provided adequate, equitable, and qualitative health care across the state, with each ward having a primary health center for optimal health care delivery. We also instituted the Osun Health Insurance Scheme, OHIS, with a view to making all citizens have access to better and affordable health care. Under this arrangement, workers pay a token as premium to enjoy health care, while the vulnerable, including the needy, the poor, the aged, and the disabled, enjoy health care at no cost. I wish to commend the chairman of the federal local government, Honorable Abiodun Idowu, and his management for their support to LGA water and sanitation activities, and the environmental health officials for their commitment to duty that has produced this achievement. Equally worthy of commendation are royal fathers, religious leaders, and political functionaries whose immense support produced this laudable milestone. The great support received from UNICEF, EU, cannot be overemphasized, as it has made tremendous impact on the health and welfare of the citizens of this state. Most importantly, the citizens of the 3 local government of intervention. These international bodies will forever be remembered for good in the state of Osun. We look forward for more collaboration with them to make the 2 runners up, Ayedade and Odoti, local government areas, open defecation free in weeks to come. I appeal to all stakeholders to double their efforts to provide toilets in all their homes to achieve statewide open defecation free. Osun must be open defecation free come 2025. Once again, I thank you all for gracing this remarkable event. I wish you all safe journey back to your destination. Thank you and God bless.
Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ wa ní láti dayọ̀, ìlérí Olúwa ní láti ṣẹ. Àwa ti ní ìdánilójú pé nínú ọdún tí a wà yìí, gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ wa ní láti dayọ̀, ìlérí Olúwa ní láti ṣẹ. Please, let's have a seat. Let's welcome the special advisor to the Governor of Water Resources and Energy, Engineer Felix Adenoye, to come and do the vote of thanks. Vote of thanks by Engineer Vitore.
Your Excellency, Mr. Governor, First Lady, the Deputy Governor, Representative of Minister of Water Resources, the Cabinet here present, our party chairman, UNICEF representative, cabinet members, local government chairman, Iyaloja General and other Iyalojas here present, the party escorts, other distinguished participants here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by appreciating God for the gift of life. I sincerely appreciate His Excellency, Governor Adegboyega Oyetola, an ambassador of peace and tranquility, a brand specialist who is rebuilding, rebranding,
award of local government area-wide open defecation free certificate to Ife local government in Osun State. It's in commemoration with the 2 years anniversary of the state governor, His Excellency Alhaji Isiaka Agboyega Oyetola, and his deputy, His Excellency Benedict Adegboyega Alabi. Yes, it's 2 years they have been in the saddle of the state of Osun, and it's been 2 years of monumental achievement. It's been 2 years of success, and it's been 2 years of high profitable in the state of Osun. Yes, in all ramifications, in all sectors, in the state of Osun, we have seen high improvement in all sectors in the state of Osun, particularly in health, where the wife of the governor is also the ambassador of WASH in the state of Osun. Her Excellency, the First Lady, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola, is also the ambassador of WASH in the state, and this has led to so many improvements in the area of open defecation. That's the eradication in the state of open defecation in the state of Osun, and the Ife local government has come on top in all the local governments, and in the next 2 years, we hopefully Osun will be free totally from open defecation in the state. In attendance, we have so many dignitaries in the house this day. We have Extension Orai Gomino, His Royal Majesty Oladoye Idowu. Also, we have the former chairman Ife local government Ademola Adefila. We also have the Algon chairman, who is also from Ife that's Abiodun Idowu. We have, on health, that's Shiju Olamiju. We also have special SA on special duty, that's Honorable Lekan Badmos. We have the President Health of Association, that's an internal Mitokbe Akinwumi, is also here with sanitarians in the house. We have SA on water, That's Adeniran Ibitoye, Engineer Adeniran Ibitoye. We have ESCO members, we have health workers, we have SA on security, that's Abiodun Ige. We have the SSG in the house, we have the APC chairman in the house. Also, we have our Director General, Adejumoke Akinjola, who led the crew here today. We have party chieftains in the house. We have party women leader. We have men here. We have so many people in the state of 2 years of government.
Multipurpose hall local government service commission ní Abere ní ìlú Òṣogbo níbi tí a ti ń ṣe àjọyọ̀ dídáwọ́ ìdùnnú ìṣèjọba ọdún méjì àti fífi àmì ẹ̀yẹ dá ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìfẹ́dayọ̀ tá a ti fi ń dá wọn lọ́lá torí pé wọ́n gbégbá orókè nínú ìmọ́tótó àti níní. Lórúkọ gbogbo wa pátápátá tá a mú ètò yìí wá ọ̀sẹ̀ bá ń gbóyè náà wọ́n lọ. Akíwá àpò ètò ń tẹ̀síwájú àtúnṣe mú ètò bí ìbọn fún yín láìpẹ́ yìí lórúkọ gbogbo wa àkí yín àpò ọdún àpò ìyèdè ẹ má wá gbàgbé ìmọ́tótó lórí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́
Enjoyment for the people. And I did change you they want. Maximum security, so much electricity, a job opportunity. Now they change you they want.
Olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì lórí ìlera aráàlú nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, pharmacist Dr. Ọláṣíjì Ọlámíjù, ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wa o. Ẹ káàbọ̀. Honorable Ọlátúbọ̀sún Oyètìlóyè, olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì fún gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lórí ìlanilọ́yẹ̀ aráàlú, wọ́n wà níhìn. Honorable Akẹ́jù Táíwò, kọmíṣánná fún àṣepọ̀ ẹkùnjẹkùn nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, Honorable Akẹ́jù Táíwò. Adúgbò lọ́wọ́ ẹnjìníà ẹ̀rọ afátẹ́gùn tí ń ṣiṣẹ́ iná ló kù tá a fẹ́ kí wọ́n bá wa ṣètò ẹ̀. torí gbogbo tí ó wà níwájú ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan ká lè máa rí i dáadáa.
Test mic, test mic.
Alága ẹgbẹ́ àwọn òṣìṣẹ́.
Test mic, test mic. Mic.
Nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Mic test, mic test, mic test.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Jacob Adékòmí.
Mic test, mic test.
Ẹ bá pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Ó ti pẹ́ tí wọ́n ti wà níhìn.
Mic test, mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test. It's okay, it's okay.
Mọ̀kú àrógó ńkọ́.
Èmi náà ń wo.
Ọ̀ṣọ́là wá ṣe eyọ onímọ̀ kó lè. Bàbá GMK ẹ máa pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn. Bàbá wa Jùmọ̀kẹ́ Ògúnkáyẹ̀dé ń bó ní bàbá wa ẹ máa pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn dáadáa o. GMK. Ọ̀túnba Adékọ́lá Adébọ̀wálé alága ẹgbẹ́ òṣìṣẹ́ TUC Mrs. Grace Adelufosi CEO Lady Grace Foundation from Ilesha East Local Government. Ìlà-oòrùn Iléṣà ni wọ́n ti wá ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìlà-oòrùn Iléṣà. Tí mo bá ti pé ire o Bùkọ́lá kò fọ́ ní èbó. Agbèrèrè ní gbèrè pàdé òkun alùkò náà ní gbèrè pàdé ọ̀sà. Bàbá mi àbọ̀ abá odídẹrẹ́ ní gbèrè pàdé olú o. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adámọ̀lẹ́kùn kágbé mọ́ ìgbèrè pàdé òkun kálùkò yé gbèrè pàdé ọ̀sà. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni ẹ mọ̀ gbèrè pọ̀ lónìí. Bùkọ́lá bá ń fọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Other ladies and gentlemen, welcome, oh, you're welcome to this program. How do you do? How are you? How do you do? What you can?
Thank you very much once again. I welcome all distinguished personalities to the lecture and award ceremony of the Osho State Public Service. It's been a very wonderful moment in the public service of the state of Osho. And just like I said earlier, today we are celebrating dedication, celebrating dexterity,
microphone check 1 2
and productivity in the civil service. And
microphone check 1 2.
With that, I still like to acknowledge some people in our midst, especially I'd like to recognize a great daughter of Africa, the former Deputy Governor of the state of Osun, Mrs. Grace Titi Kwanle, and her amiable husband, Engineer Ayotunde Kwanle. I recognize you. We have the chairman, Agbib Nigeria Limited, Otumba Olajumoke Ogukeyede. I recognize you. He's not here alone. He's there with a humanist, somebody that is there to give free face mask to people, free, just like I said. Mrs. Grace Adelu Fosi, CEO of Lady Grace Foundation from Ilesha East Local Government. Thanks very much for coming, and thanks too for giving face masks to people free of charge. I recognize as a public health special advisor to the Governor of Public Health, Pharmacist Olashiji Olameju. Also, we have the Commissioner for Political Affairs and Non-Governmental Relations, Honorable Akeju Taiwo. I recognize you. Honorable Bosuoyi Tiloye is there as a special advisor to the Governor of Civic Engagement. Once again, I recognize you. We have a forum of local government secretaries there. Once again, I acknowledge Honorable Adelabu, Chairman, Osun Health Insurance Scheme.
Number one and nothing
His
less.
Excellency is almost
Lead
there.
me to my
We want
destiny.
everybody
I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe.
His Excellency.
I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up,
is almost there.
stand up.
Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ti dé o.
For the champions.
Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ti dé o.
Stand up for the
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ti dé. Gómìnà gidi ti dé.
Stand up for the champions.
Ọ̀rẹ́ aráàlú, ọ̀rẹ́ àwa òṣìṣẹ́. Ìyá wa Kafayat Oyètọ́lá náà ti dé. Gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá. Ìyá wa Kafayat Oyètọ́lá.
It's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most.
Ẹ káàbọ̀, ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ni Ọlọ́run má bàbá yìí jẹ́ fún wa. Ìgbà yìí dá, ó má dùn, ó láàánú. Ọ̀rọ̀ ni Ọlọ́run má bàbá yìí jẹ́ fún wa.
Gbogbo aráàlú kéyìn o.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ni Ọlọ́run má bàbá yìí jẹ́ fún wa.
Thank you very much. Now, it's time to start the program, and we'd like to begin with God. I've been directed to call the Commissioner for Human Resources and Capacity Building, Alaja Latifat Giwa, to give us the opening prayer.
We thank Almighty Allah for bringing us here today, making today a reality. We beseech you, Allah, as we are about to start the program, be with us, guide us, and let us have a successful outing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna atina kalikal sara. Fasolidi Rabika Wanyan Nashania Kawa Lapta Subhana Rabika Rabisati Amaya Sifun. Wassalamu ala al-Mursalin wa alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
A round of applause for Alaja Latifat Giwa for that brave prayer. And on behalf of the government of the state of Osun and the entire civil service body, I welcome everybody, all distinguished personality, to this year's Public Service Awards and Lecture. Today we sit back and we celebrate, just like I said at the beginning, we celebrate efficiency, we celebrate education and hard work in the public service. Your Excellency is a workers-friendly government which you symbolizes. We celebrate your renewal in the faith. Yes, your faith in the civil service of the state of Osun. And Your Excellency, I'd like to tell you that we celebrate as a civil service body stability in our job and approval implementation of the new minimum wage. Let's, at this point, appreciate Mr. Governor for this outstanding decision. Your Excellency, distinguished members of the high table, we celebrate the lifting of the embargo on the workers' promotion and increment in our salary and prompt payment of our salaries too, and that of pensioners too. Let's appreciate Mr. Governor for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to inform Your Excellency too that we celebrate the pardon, or will I say amnesty, that you gave to errant civil servants months back in the state of Osun. Let's appreciate the governor for this one. Your Excellency, above all, we celebrate eventful years of unprecedented development in all aspects of our lives as a state and as a people. Distinguished personality, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this year's award and lecture ceremony of the State Public Service. And without wasting much of our time, I'd like to introduce members of the exalted table. And I'm starting with a real leader, a man that has redefined the governance as a serious business in the state of Osun. I call him a welfareist, a humanist, an imposing figure, an insurance firmament, an administrator extraordinary, a gentle, unassuming man, but very pragmatic, the #1 citizen in the state of Osun, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola. A round of applause for him.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Also, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Monica Shebogwe, ni shoki. Thank you very much. The
We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand on your mandate. On your mandate. On your mandate. We shall stand. Thank you for what to sula.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a progressive business. And at this point, I'd like to present to you, yes, behind or beside every man, yes, there is a very wonderful woman. Our governor is lucky to have a very exceptionally supportive wife, a gender and sanitation advocate who has been at the vanguard of maintaining good sanitation in the state of Osun. I present to you the delectable, amiable First Lady of the state of Osun, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola. Thank you very much. In the state of Osun, we are. Yes, in the progressive business in the state of Osun, we have a team. And the number 2 man and the team of the progressive business is the Deputy Governor of the state of Osun. One of the most loyal Deputy Governor in this part of the continent. I present to you, Mr.
Deputy Governor. State of Osun.
The Deputy Governor of the state of At this point, make a little U-turn. It is my pleasure to present to this august gathering the former Deputy Governor in the state of Osun. I call her a proud daughter of Africa. She is delectable and a quintessential daughter of Osun State. I present to you Mrs. Titi Lauye. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our amiable husband is also here. I call him somebody that has contributed so much to the technological firmament. I present Engineer Tunde Panle. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Now, at this point, I'd like to specially introduce, I call him a broadcast emeritus because he has contributed to that industry so much. I present to you one-time commissioner in the civil service, one-time permanent secretary, and now the secretary to the government of the state of Osun, Prince Oluwole Oyebameji. And from that, I move to another wonderful man in the progressive team. I call him master strategist. It is my pleasure to present to you the chief of staff to the governor, Dr. Charles Diji Akinola. I welcome you. Now to another man that I call Jack of all trades and master of all. It's a very long story, but I'll save that for another time. He's a quintessential administrator, a lawyer, a teacher, and an indefatigable leader. I present to you the head of service of the state of Osun, Dr. Oyebade Olowogbeyega. Eba mi fún wọn ní àtẹ́wọ́ tó rinlẹ̀. move to a man, every inch a prince. From the way he talks, the way he sits, even from the way he eats, you know that he's a prince. That's the chairman of the ruling party in the state of Osun, the chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Prince Adegboyega Pamodu. Thank you very much. We are not just here today. We are here for a lecture and an award. And our resource persons have been carefully selected. I call them eggheads, yes, in the academic world. These gentlemen are scholars of international standard. I present to you Professor Ladipo Adamalekun. He is a professor of public administration and governance. A round of applause for these eggheads. Also, we have another Don. He's Professor Akin Nassau. I think he tutored us the way we should call him at a retreat in Ada. So I should be versed in the way I call him. Professor Akin Nassau. I recognize you. A round of applause for him. Also, we have Mr. Mohammed Adebayo, representing the Chief Judge of the State of Osun. Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to hand over to Dele Tomori.
Oseun Bukola Aderibigbe. Ibi tí Bukola ń bọ̀ gan, ó ti jẹ́ kí n tètè mọ̀. Ẹni tó kọ́kọ́ ṣe akọ̀wé ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó tún jẹ́ olórí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba nígbà náà, wọ́n ń ṣe ipò ńgbà náà ni ipò ńlágbára, wọ́n ṣe dáa, wọ́n ṣe yọrí. Bàbá wa Moses Inaolaji Abuaba ìgbàjọ lóró bàbá ẹ̀ka bẹ́ẹ̀ bá pàtó wọ́n fún wọn dáadáa. Ẹ ṣeun.
Well, I still need to do that introduction. Daddy, maybe because of the face mask. I beg your pardon. I'd like to correct that, little mistake, and I want to sincerely apologize to the pioneer Osun secretary to the state government and head of service when Osun State was carved out of the old Oyo State in 1991. It is my pleasure to present specially Chief Inaolaji Abuaba, pioneer SSD and head of service of the state of Osun. And I'd like to specially inform, I've been directed to tell you, the DG of Osbc, Mrs. Adejumake Akinjola, she has asked me to tell this august audience that what we are doing is going on live on both radio and television of Osun State Broadcasting Corporation live. So if you are at home, you can always, enjoy what we are doing in this afternoon.
Ohun tí Bukola ń fọ́n lé ìbò ni pé gbogbo ń tà ń ṣe ní wọ́n ń wò nílé wọ́n sì ń gbọ́. Ẹ bá ń fún un ní àtẹ́wọ́ dáadáa. Ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fún gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Gómìnà gidi lèmi ń pè wọ́n. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sì wò wọ́n, gómìnà gidi ni wọ́n lóòótọ́. Ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lónìí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ọjọ́ tẹ̀kan o. Ẹ̀kọ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lónìí kò jọ tàná. Ẹ bá ń fún ọ ní àtẹ́wọ́ dáadáa. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wà lára àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tí ń gbowó kéré jù Nàìjíríà. Mo fẹ́ ní tí mo bá rí gómìnà ń jọ pé wọ́n béèrè pé iṣẹ́ ọ̀nà ò dúró, ètò ìlera ń lọ bó ti yẹ ó lọ, kódà ó tún dáa ju ti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ míì lọ. Bó wá ní ẹ ti ń rówó, àmọ̀dúpẹ́ bá ń pàtó fún gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Àánú mo rí gbà àdé orí ọ̀gbìn. Àánú mo rí gbà àdé orí ọ̀gbìn.
Ó ṣeun Basman. Ó ṣeun. Ọjọ́ tí àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí wọ́n padà wọlé sí sùkúù wọn pẹ̀lú aṣọ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ wọn tí wọ́n ti ń lò tẹ́lẹ̀. Gómìnà Oyètọ́lá bó ti rí njọ́ náà rèé o, ó tún le gan o. táwọn èèyàn ti táriwo ta ilé ẹ̀kọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọmọ tí ìfẹ́ jókòó ní sùkúù tẹ́lẹ̀ gan-an ó jókòó wáṣọ wa jọ̀hún rèé aṣọ wa ń jọ̀hún rèé o ǹjẹ́ tó ń lè mọ̀ wá mọ́. àwa òṣìṣẹ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àjẹ́ àlàwẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ mọ́ owó oṣù wa ò dín pínì mọ́.
Olúwa kò sẹ́ni tó iṣẹ́ Olúwa ju tàfà lọ. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa kò sẹ́ni tó iṣẹ́ Olúwa ju tàfà lọ. Lọ́lọ́run ọba fi gbé àga. Lọ́lọ́run ọba fi gbé àga ò lẹ́bí ń bínú lẹ́bí ń pẹ̀tọ́ o. Musiliu Babátúndé president fáwọn alápàlà kárí Naija pátápátá. Báńkò lórí olórí ń jẹ́ olórí kọ̀ọ̀kan gbọ́dọ̀ fọ́hùn torí pé olórí jọ lórí lọ.
ẹ ṣeun. ìyá mi aya gómìnà ẹ kú ijó gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa ẹ kú ijó o bí ti ń rí yóò máa dùn sí ni lágbára Olódùmarè yóò máa dùn sí ni kò ní kan láéláé lọ́dún kìíní ohun náà ń fọ̀ sí gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá dìde tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ ọdún kejì dìde tan ìmọ́lẹ̀ torí ìmọ́lẹ̀ rẹ̀ dé ògo Ọlọ́run sì yọ ní ara rẹ̀ bí ó tún ti rí lọ́dún kẹta náà rèé o lọ́dún kẹrin o lọ́dún karùn-ún o n tó bá ti lọ́dún karùn-ún yóò di ọdún kẹjọ.
Oníjó fújì láàrin mi. Ẹ ṣeun. Lẹ́lẹ́ máa rà á. Ẹ̀yẹ̀ wà ọ́ta ní ìjẹ́mẹ́jọ. Orí takata gbọ́ tó tẹ́wọ́ jó. Tínágò gbọ́ tó tẹ́wọ́ jó. Bìtì kó gbọ́ ó tẹ́wọ́ jó. Ìta ló gbọ́ ó tẹ́wọ́ jó. Nàìjà gbọ́ ó tẹ́wọ́ jó. Wọ́n láwọn lọ́nà méje o àfi jó fújì rẹpẹtẹ. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ jẹ́ máa rà á. Ẹ̀lẹ́ wà ọ́ta ní ìjẹ́mẹ́jọ. Àníjó fújì láàrin rẹ̀. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ jẹ́ máa rà á. Ẹ̀lẹ́ wà ọ́ta ní ìjẹ́mẹ́jọ. Mo ṣì ń fọ́ ọ̀ṣọ́ ni mi ò tí ì sá o. Èmi sì ń fọ́ ọ̀ṣọ́ ni mi ò tí ì sá. Màrìwò sálẹ̀ ìyẹn egúngún mi kò ì dé. Ayé ẹ má pa kádàrá mi dà sábúrú o. Ìwálé mi ọmọ Aláàjì Àkànmú. Agbájé lọlá olórin ìgbà ẹni mo ṣe kí àwọn mi máa ṣe wọ̀ kúkú. Ó lọ. control.
Cruise control.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Today na today oh.
Today tomorrow. Fújì ni máa jó mi ò ní jọjọ mi mọ́.
Ẹ ṣe wọn.
Kò dìgbà tá a bá kú ká tó mọ ìyí ara wa.
Ẹ ṣe wọn. Ẹ ṣe wọn. Ẹ ṣe wọn. Yóò dà fún yín o. Ó ti ń dá yóò máa dá sí i. Àdúpẹ́. Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ọ̀gbẹ́ni Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ló kọ lórí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ọ̀mọ̀wé Festus Ológbóyèga Oyèbádé ní mò ń kí gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ọmọ awúkọ gbẹ̀rẹ̀gbẹ̀rẹ̀ bí erin fan Oyètọ́lá ọmọ agùnfẹ̀ gírí bójú ó ṣe eku nìrìnbá tètè dáyé ọmọ lágbẹ̀dẹ ní bàjẹ́.
Nítèmi nítèmi o, mi ò jẹ́ báwọn sí ní ọ̀sẹ̀.
Ó ṣeun Basman. Ó kárí, ó kárí, ó kárí.
Mi ò jẹ́ báwọn péjọ àbòsí o, ọwọ́ mi máa rí funfun nẹ́nẹ́.
Ó ṣeun. Gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà rèé. Bí àná gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá. Ẹlòmíì àwọn èèyàn míì wọ́n ń pé kí lè rí ó ṣe Oyètọ́lá ìrìn àṣẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n á ya so wọ́n ń pé kí lè fọ́n ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀ya bọ̀n kí làgbá rere ó ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó wò lórí ṣaran ọmọ olúgbọ́nkélé bàbá wọn Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá wọ́n ń pé wà ní tìmúrin jẹ ọ̀rẹ́ ṣàjèjì àgbálẹ̀ ọjà wọ́n ń pé wà ní dé tìmúrin jẹ nílé bàbá rẹ̀ ni èṣù sọmọ àgbẹ̀ kó fẹ̀yìn tó yóò máa pé yín alágbẹ̀dẹ ọ̀rìn bí ó sí onírè àròkò bí ó sí onírè àyẹ̀nà ẹ bá ń fún ọ ní àtẹ́wọ́ dáadáa ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọ dáadáa ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ wọn nítorí bọ́kùnrin kan bá ń ṣe dáadáa ẹ̀yin bàbá mi ẹ̀yin ìyá mi a jẹ́ pé obìnrin gidi ń bẹ ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ rẹ̀ ìyá mi Kafayat Oyètọ́lá ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ọ dáadáa. Ọmọ ọlọ́rọ̀ agogo màmá ewu àti dómù àdọ̀ tónígbẹ́gìrì àti dómù àdì kàsì n ò ní jẹ́ ojú méjì lọ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun láyé Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá Ọ̀ṣun lè téńté Ọ̀ṣun lè téńté ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun dòṣùpá o. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun dòṣùpá mo tún padà bọ̀ wá.
Ẹ ṣé. Let's get to business. Please, we need to get to business. And it is my pleasure to introduce the first lecture for today. It is titled Contributions of the Civil Service to Effective Governance. Our resource person is Professor Ladipo Adamoleko. He is the lead resource person for today. And so I'd like to hand over the microphone to him to lead the discourse.
Microphone check, 1, 2.
Mr. Governor, sir, and the First Lady of the State of Osun, Mrs. Kafayat Oyètọ́lá, the Deputy Governor, former Deputy Governor and husband, the Chief Judge represented by Mr. Labisi Adebayo, Secretary to the State Government, members of the State Executive Council, the Chairman of the party, members of the State Executive Council, notably the Commissioner for Human Resources and Capacity Building, who today is co-hosting this event, with the Head of Service, Dr. Festus Oyebade, the chief host here this afternoon. I'd like to recognize other government functionaries, labor leaders, guest lecturers. In a little while, I will say one or two words about the guest lecturers that we have here today. Distinguished awardees, as we very well know, today's event is yet another edition of the Civil Service Lecture and Award Series, the second in the administration of Governor Boyega Oyetola. I'd like to recognize our labor leaders, distinguished awardees who are all here, distinguished members of the service, director, staff of MDAs here present, members of the press, all highly distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Have a simple task to introduce both the colloquium leaders here today, as well as the reason why we're here. I'd like to first of all start to say a few words in introducing the guest lecturers that we have here today. A distinguished pleasure, highly I'm pleased to have with us Professor Ladipo Adamolekun, one of Nigeria's finest. I would need a round of applause for Professor Ladipo Adamolekun. Professor Ladipo Adamolekun is a recipient of the Nigerian National Order of Merit, NNOM, which is one of the highest prize for intellectual attainment in this country today. A round of applause for that. They don't have many of them. NNOM. Professor Adamolekun has been a lead public sector management specialist at the World Bank for many years. One of the few Africans to hold that kind of position in the World Bank. And before then, Professor Ladipo Adamolekun was the Dean of Public Administration at the University of Ife, before now known as OAU. So you hardly see top civil servants who, after having been trained in Ibadan, at a particular level upwards, they go to the University of Ife at that time. And they would have passed through Professor Ladipo Adamolekun. We have here also today Chief Inolaji Abuaba, the pioneer secretary to the state government and head of service of the state. And he's as good, as best as they come. He, in his own right, can be labeled a professor of the practice. So be here sharing ideas about what has worked, what hasn't worked when they were in the service, and I'm sure we'll be drinking from the well of experience here this afternoon. And to moderate, so Professor Ladipo Adamolekun will be the lead presenter, Chief Abuaba will be the presenter, and the moderator of this colloquium is no other person than another eminent scholar practitioner who was for various times a professor in University of Berkeley and Temple University in the US, and has advised a number of governments at the state and federal level in the area of policy and strategy. I'd like to welcome Professor Niyi Akin-Naso. So I've introduced the colloquium leaders. So why are we here? It's so simple. When Governor Oyetola gave his speech at inauguration. Even before the inauguration, his electoral promises were all anchored on governance. He has styled his own governance approach as one that will encourage inclusion and participation. I do not know before now, before last year and this year, if we ever had such an assemblage of civil servants in any room celebrating the leadership of this state. So I want you to give a round of applause. We have enjoyed very much the support of the bureaucracy in several areas. And so here, the theme of the gathering, which is contributions of civil service to effective governance, is all about how can you also join forces with the political leadership of this state in getting us to where we need to be. And it's really about how do you expand that space for innovation in the public service. How do we innovate for greater effectiveness? I will leave the discussion of all of that to perhaps one of the best team to do justice to that subject. I will, without much ado, hand over the microphone to Professor Niyi Akinaso to take on the moderation of this event. With a round of applause, gentlemen.
Mr. Governor and his wife, please permit me to adopt existing protocol. I won't stand on the protocol so that others might be able to use it. I want to talk briefly about the tool that bureaucrats use. Remember that civil servants are generally known as bureaucrats. So I want to talk briefly about bureaucracy. But before I do that, let me just point out very briefly that we must thank the head of service, Ologbade Oyebade. I cannot praise him enough because I have by my left his progenitor in office. But I'm thanking him and the Chief of Service for bringing this event together, for thinking about it and executing it. And I thank them for inviting me to do this job. The bureaucracy can be a very powerful tool, but it can also be a hindrance. If bureaucrats use bureaucracy to exercise control on their files and not think about facilitating people's access to information, to assistance, and so on, bureaucracy can be awful. But I want to run through very briefly the ingredients of bureaucracy. We all know why and how it developed. Bureaucracy generally consists of systematic processes and organized hierarchies. That's why we have departments, we have department heads from PAMSEC downwards. And the purpose is not to keep files and make them unavailable, but to maintain order, maximize efficiency, and eliminate favoritism by ensuring that every process engaged in is transparent. From the 19th century to this day, the bureaucracy has come to be known as the most efficient, rational way of conducting human activity, especially in larger organizations. I want to run through 6 or 7 traditional ingredients of bureaucracy. Actually, 6 of them are traditional, 2 have been added in the last few years. Bureaucracy has hierarchy. We all know that. It has continuity. It's impersonal. It makes use of expertise. But in addition, it is knowledge-driven and more recently, technology-driven to maximize efficiency. But like I said before, bureaucracy can be a threat. Particularly, the potential of trapping individuals in an impersonal iron cage, like Max Weber used to say, under rule-based rational control, thereby making it impossible for people to really have access to the information they need or the resources they need. But having said that, I think the most important feature why we are here is to sensitize you to one particular aspect of bureaucratic development. We can have the best bureaucracy in the world, but in order for bureaucrats to maximize performance, they must keep with changing times. And the best way to do that is through periodic training and capacity building. I was particularly delighted before we entered this hall that the Chief of Staff and the Head of Service gave us a brief history of this structure, that in fact it was meant to be a training ground for staff. I implore the governor, and I'm happy that the governor has decided he's going to utilize this place to the utmost. And I implore you all to take advantage. I'm still going to come back at the end to comment on the presentation, so I don't want to take too much time. But let me just say briefly that to my left here is Chief Inaolaji Abuaba. He's going to speak on the civil service yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But I will start with Professor Ladipo Adamalekun to my right. His topic is very interesting. It's actually the title of a book he has edited before, Higher Civil Servants and Their Political Masters. The focus of his talk is on the relationship between civil servants and public political officials. What can civil servants do to contribute to the efficiency of their political masters? Without a smooth relationship between the two, nothing much can happen. While policy may come from the political masters, the execution is in the hands of civil servants. I remember once advising a governor, you need to develop some structure, some programs, some projects that will generate money. And that governor told me, tó bá bọ́ sọ́wọ́ àwọn civil servants, wàhálà tó nìyẹn o. But quite honestly, there is no reason at all why that should be the case. And in fact, it's not one governor, not two that have told me that, because I've advised quite a few. But without wasting your time, I turn to Professor Ladipo Adamalekun.
Mr. Governor, members of the High Table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's not usual to find the chief executive at this kind of event. So I have to commend you for making time. I'm told you've just arrived from Lagos. That is height of commitment. And as I proceed, you will then see the challenge that he has thrown to you. I'm going to take you through a number of countries, but it will also include our own country. The theme of my talk, as the moderator has said, is that nexus, meeting point, that interacting point between political masters and higher civil servants. By higher civil servants, I mean those who are at the top of the civil service. What they do affects the entire civil service. So regardless of your position in the civil service, you are all concerned by what I will be saying. And I'm going to start with historical recall. I start with the 19th century in the UK. I don't know how many of you have this, but I will read it slowly so people can follow. When in Britain, they realized the need for a quality civil service. And this is the report that instigated that. And I read it to you. It may safely be asserted that as matters now stand, the government of the country could not be carried out without the aid of an efficient body of permanent officers. Occupying a position duly subordinate to the crown and to parliament, meaning the politicians, yet possessing sufficient independence, character, ability, and experience to be able to advise, assist, and to some extent influence those who are from time to time set over them. What is important there, or rather there are 2 or 3 important points there. The first is that political masters are temporary. They come and go. Political masters are temporary. They come and go, and others come. But what this report in 1854 recommended was the need for a permanent civil service. That is the concept we inherited from the British. How we have managed with it, we will come to that. But what is included in that quotation that I've just given to you is that the supremacy of politics, even though they are temporary, they are the masters. And they are set over the civil servants who are to advise them, but also influence. But those civil servants need to have ability and character. Those is very key in terms of ability and character to know what they are supposed to do. But you will see that the emphasis there is on the primacy of politics. There is another statement, this time also in the 19th century, but from America, one of the former presidents of America. And this is the way he put it: the policy of government will have no taint of officialdom about it. It will not be the creation of permanent officials, but of statesmen whose responsibility to public opinion will be direct and inevitable. In other words, the policy of government, the policy of the government of the state of Osun is the responsibility of the governor and not of civil servants. And that they are directly, and I can see, can you imagine? I can see the governor again leading all of you in dancing. the governor leads and others follow. But in terms of policy, the manifesto with which the governor came into office is the policy of his party. I used to teach some civil servants. How many of you studied the manifestos of competing candidates, such that once somebody has won, you are ready with analysis of how to help him or her achieve the programs and objectives in that manifesto? I think this is an aspect that is lacking and needs to be developed. Finally, in terms of the primacy of politics, this is an American scholar in the 20th century, again, making the point that primacy belongs to politics. And I quote him, "The discerning audacity of lay direction of the expert is of prime importance. An instructive volume could be written on how civilization has been advanced by laymen who overruled the considered judgment of their expert professional subordinates." Now, the terms used there are things we are going to discuss further. It is assumed that higher civil servants are experts, but without the continuous training that Professor Akin also mentioned, I don't know how many higher civil servants here can raise up their hands and say they are fully computer literate, and therefore they can use IT possibilities to enhance the quality of their work. Now, if that's not the case, then you really will not qualify as an expert, but we will come back to that. Against the idea of the privacy of politics is what some have called the doctrine of neutral competence, or the authority of expertise, or the sovereignty of competence. The determination of ends, the choice of means, the balance of social forces are the stuff of politics. In these terms, it is clear that some civil servants are engaged in politics. That is, higher civil servants are engaged in politics for those reasons. The word policy is recognition of this. It is a way of describing what civil servants do when they play a part in determining ends, choosing means, and fixing priorities. It is distinguished from politics, which is limited to the activities of political parties, and from administration, which is the maintenance of the status quo. Policy is then nothing more than the political activity of civil servants. In actual fact, the way that is phrased in Britain, where I started from and with which I started, higher civil servants are called confidential advisors of their political masters. They are not supposed to be named for the advice they give, either for blame or for praise. So if you see any civil servant who starts saying, "I was the one who gave that advice," and is expecting to be praised, that is antithetical to the doctrine of the work of a civil servant. The praise goes to the political masters, just as the blame goes to them. And therefore, civil servants are protected to be able to give honest advice based on their expertise. I've just given you two levels of emphasis. One, the emphasis on the political masters, and the other, the emphasis on higher civil servants. But I've provided a synthesis, a quotation that shows you that the two have to work together. It is only when they work together that results are achieved. And I'm delighted to remind you, some of you may know already, that synthesis, I can tell you I've read many books about different countries. I have not found one that is superior to what I'm reading to you now. This is a statement by Chief Obafemi Awolowo commenting on the quality of civil servants who worked with him to develop Western Nigeria when Western Nigeria was noted for first in Africa in about 3 or 4 areas. Television, the first UP almost in developing countries, 1955. I was one of the first students that I was in primary school then. So this is what Chief Awolowo, this is how he summarized it, and I will elaborate and give you other countries' experiences. But it's very remarkable that the synthesis of primacy of politics and doctrine of competence, superiority or sovereignty of expertise, Chief Awolowo provided the synthesis. He didn't call it so. I'm the one calling it so. But I'm calling it so with authority. I haven't studied so many other countries. I read it to you. This is Chief Awolowo in December 1959. Our civil service is exceedingly efficient, absolutely incorruptible in its upper stratum, and utterly devoted and unstinting in the discharge of its many onerous duties. For our civil servants, government workers, you see what I've told you, higher civil servants and government workers in general. It's not just the higher civil servants. And laborers, even laborers are included, to bear uncomplainingly and without breaking down the heavy and multifarious burdens with which we have in the interest of the public saddled them. It's an epic of loyalty and devotion, of physical and mental endurance, and of a sense of mission on their part. From the bottom of my heart, I salute all of them. I've used that quotation in some, at least 2-3 international contexts. And I've made the point that this is good practice of the highest order. You cannot cite another example to beat it. But what are the ingredients? And that's what I will now elaborate on for the rest of my time. What are the ingredients? It's Awolowo who was speaking. But clearly, he was the political master. He was the head of the political team. And here is he praising the civil servants. The point I want to make is that in the Western Nigeria context, there was a partnership of the governor and the head of the civil service. That head of civil service was Chief Simeon Adebo. And well, I don't know how many of you, maybe some of you have read his writing. You will see that he acknowledged the point made, which is that the policies are articulated by the political leader. And it is for the civil servants to have the ability, incorruptibility, loyalty to deliver. Now, in Western Nigeria at the time, that ability was not static because they were aware of the dynamics of ensuring ability for civil servants, from higher civil servants down to the secretaries and intermediate staff. The training school at Ibadan was for intermediate and lower staff. And Chief Adebo discussed with Ife how to train the higher civil servants. And the Institute of Administration at Ife was established. That's where I started my working career in 1968, July. And once you become a young administrative officer, you must go to Ife for a 1-year diploma program. It was compulsory. Only a few of them, 3, 4, 5 years later, are sent for a master's program to become really top experts. So the point I'm trying to make is that it is not a case of whether it is primacy of politics or primacy of expertise. It is that the two have to work together. However, for that expertise to be real, there must be continuous training. And I think we were told that this building or this campus or this compound here was meant for that, but was neglected. So which means that the governor did not inherit a large number of people with continuous training on their job. However, we were told, fortunately, that the new head of service, working together with the chief of staff, have committed to working on the instruction of the governor to turn this place into an active training ground. And as I said, if you are training in the year 2020, and information technology is not a key part of your training, then your training is defective. No longer do you have the secretariat training that happened in Ibadan. All your intermediate staff should also be computer literate. And I don't know what level you are, but I want to emphasize that that expertise is essential. I give you just 2 other country experiences. The EU of the expertise of higher civil servants has been developed to the highest level in France. In 1945, the French National School of Administration was established. Every year, 100 intending civil servants will be selected through a competitive process. At the end of almost 3 years, continuous training, each of them will select where he's going to work in the civil service based on his performance. All the vacancies will be put on the board. Depending on how your position, the best people will take the high-flying parts of the civil service. But the point I'm making is that this was started in 1945. It has been maintained ever since. The current Prime Minister of France is an old student of that School of Administration. He served the government and then went to private sector and then decided to go to politics. And he succeeded because he had been properly trained. So France is the best example of quality training for senior civil servants. Many countries have tried to imitate or to follow that example. Our ASCON is one example in that direction. The final example I will give is the United States of America. Having been off and on in America for, if you like, I think this was 1980, well, for about 20 years, I decided to study how is it that this civil service or public service that is penetrated by political officials, how does it work? So I did a study, and I found that the professionalism and quality of the civil servants at the level there, and then the respect of the political officers, regardless of the fact that they were changing rapidly. So that professionalism, expertise was the secret to the quality that the civil servants brought in that earned them the respect of the political staff. I can give further examples when I hope there will be some questions later. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Adam Alekun. Rather than make comments now, I will pass the mic to Chief Inolaji Abuaba. He's going to tell you how the civil service in Osun State began, where it is today, and where we should take it to beyond now. Chief Abuaba.
The governor, our governor of the state of Osun, the first lady of the state of Osun, the former deputy governor, my friend Engineer Ponle, the secretary to the government, Wole Ibanji, the chief of staff, the head of service, Professor Adam Alekun. He was a teacher when I went to the Institute of Administration. I was one of those that you taught. Then Professor Akin Nasu, then my colleagues in the civil service of the state of Osun. I had a very short notice for this. Indeed, I'm the chairman of the building committee of my church, which church is being commissioned this week. And it took a long time before they could get me to come and attend. I told them that the service here is my baby and that I must be here. So let me first thank Governor Yutola for his love for the service. I can see that the way you welcome, it must be that he's been doing well for the service. And I pray God will give you the grace to do more for the service. The service is a critical organ of government. And like they used to say, as you lay your mat, so you sleep on it. Also, state civil service, I would say, is derived from the old Western region civil service, which Professor Adam Alekun spoke about just a short while ago. When we came in 1991, I'm proud to say we came with the best quality of officers, which the then Oyo had. And they themselves knew, but because they just wanted us out to come to Osun, they knew what they felt after we left them. We were here for just about 4.5 months, I would say. That's August 27 to precisely, I left with the then administrator on January 2, 1992. But what was interesting was that the doggedness, the discipline, the sacrifice which those civil servants made, that made us to be able to lay a very good foundation for the incoming administration of Adeleke to be able to take off. We gave Osogbo, the state capital, a facelift. We also touched a lot of areas in the state, you won't believe it, with a token amount of money. But as at that time, nobody cares about what personal benefits you derive. The name was very important, and the patriotism. A lot of people then didn't even have places to sleep. Many were sharing places to sleep. And some of my own officers will work until 5 a.m. in the morning in the office for us to be able to cope. Because the military government then gave us a deadline as to what and what we should do. As at the time I was here, just like the special advisors, we were earning 27,000 naira per annum, which translates to 2,000 something per month. But honestly, nobody even cares about that money. But we were more dedicated to see the dream of the founding fathers achieved. Just like he said, when Nigeria got independence, the old Western region, among others, inherited, as you say, young people who were dedicated and patriotic, and people who were thoroughly trained and motivated. And you can see that in the evidence, the quotation which Professor Adam read, where the Prime Minister, the Premier of Western Region then was praising Chief Adebo and the civil servants that work with him. If they are not well with him, a lot of things some of us eventually benefited from. One of it was the free primary education. Maybe we will not be able to benefit out of it. But one thing is important. The civil service is a basic organ for the fulfillment of the programs and plans of any government. Without a thoroughly trained civil service, a well-motivated civil service, honestly, there is little or nowhere that government will go. We were happy at what we left behind when we left in 1991. But if you look at that time till now, between you and me, I love you all, we will be deceiving ourselves if we say that the quality we left has been sustained or has even been improved upon. Majorly, it may not be the fault of the civil servants. It may be the fault of the political elites, because no sooner we left, a lot of things which were not to have been told in the midst of civil servants, we were hearing happening. To start with, civil servants are supposed to be not known as much as possible. You might be the prime mover of a particular policy. Once it's adopted, the head of government or your commissioner takes responsibility for it, whether it succeeds or fails. But those of us then, let me tell you a small story. I deliberately decided to go to the university to go and read political science, because when I left Kiriji in Ibadan, I was employed as a staff in the Treasury building. Our permanent secretary then was Asabia, S.O. Asabia. But I worked in the records, and I was able to read a lot of files. They will come and take files, they will mean it on any subject up there. And by the time he comes back, I try and check back and see the conclusion. It may be just the suggestion, the proposal of the smallest assistant secretary that is adopted and become a policy of the state government. So I then just decided, I never knew what God would make me to be in the civil service. So I went, I read political science, but because of poverty, I didn't find money. I was working in a factory on part-time basis at Ilupeju in Lagos. But again, I worked so well that by the time I finished, the company wanted me to come and be their manager. But I already had my idea of wanting to be an admin officer in the service. So I ran away. The brother of late Adedoyin, the former speaker of the Western Region House of Assembly, was the general manager. I didn't know how we fished out that I was teaching at Odua. The man came and wanted to take me back, and I told him I was sorry that I was not going. In fact, he told me they bought a car for me. And you know what a car would have meant that time. But I said, sorry, I was not going. But I give glory to God that he made me to be what he had made me to be. What I want to share among us is that what is important is dedication. Dedication. We all should be dedicated and we should be patriotic. If civil servants are dedicated and patriotic, no matter what a political head wants, which is not in keeping with rules and regulations, you should be able to say, to advise and say this is not the right thing to do. But what we find, unfortunately, is that some people will even surreptitiously go and meet the political head. Excuse me, how do you want us to do it? For what personal benefit he might also derive when it is done. That is not the civil service of the old that we know. Civil service was respected. Everybody wanted to be there. Not that alone. The civil service, particularly the administrative class, can hold its own anywhere. And no wonder many of them that are retired were well sought out, even in the private sector. The Asabia that I mentioned was at the time the deputy governor of the central bank. After I left that place, he established his own investment bank, which was a success until they started merging banks after his death. That's his own. Augustus Adebayo was also a consultant lecturer at the Department of Public Administration in the University of Ife for so long a time. And my own little, after I left here, I didn't even, while reading my political science, I read economics, I read public finance as part of it. But I didn't believe I have the capacity of being a bank managing director. After I left you in 1993, they made me the managing director of the National Economic Reconstruction Fund. A lot of my friends were scared, including Tunde Kwanle. They were wondering, how would this man fit in? But to God's glory, I was there for 6 years, 7 months. And I lifted the glory of that fund. It was when government was no longer funding it. That was the time I decided I should just live there, where the ovation was loudest. And I'm sure there were beneficiaries, even in Osogbo here in Osun State, out of the credit which were availing entrepreneurs as at that time. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that we should not look at today what we want to get from the service. It should not be that what will inform what we want to do. It is what contribution we want to make for the development of our state. That should be the primary thing. And not that alone, I believe that with this kind of governor that we have, we can at least make a start if we have not started. I know this is a man who wants the service to develop because he also wants to deliver. And from the 2 years he has spent, even though I'm quietly there in Lagos, I want to say that at least my class of citizens are very pleased, Governor, with what you are doing. And we are happy at the kind of development you are bringing about to bear. At the time we thought with the exit of Ogbeni, who will come and do anything for us, but we can see that yours is a very quiet but dynamic transformation. God will help you more. Now, let me talk about the service of my dream. Wow. Sorry. Okay. My dream for Osun State civil services, we want a service which glory is restored. This glory is restored, that it can perform maximally the role of state building in conjunction with the political leaders. Just like you have in Botswana. That's a long story. So also in Singapore, many of us will have heard about that. Then even in America, but for the civil servants and the strong institution we they have, the recent experience will have shown that maybe Trump will just have declared a dictatorial government. But eventually, two or 3 days ago, he allowed them to commence the transition after he saw that the opposing party, Biden had won. But it's the democracy which is important. Just like we had during interregnum in the military, Nigerian bureaucracy stood the test of time and they facilitated development up to Gowon era. But starting with Obasanjo and crowned by IBB, that was the beginning of the destruction of the civil service. But that is gone. Our state is ours. We will ever want to remain part and parcel of the state. The dream of the founding fathers of this state is for the development of the state. That was why they struggled to get the state created. And we must, in conjunction with our political leaders, ensure that we get that done. Then we want a service that is thoroughly reformed through systematic and deliberate training. We've spoken about this place. Each time I had the opportunity to talk, I've mentioned it. Governor, I want to plead with you. God will grant you the resource. Let's develop this place thoroughly so that even if we can't send people overseas, our people, we have a lot of resources. Even my organization has offered to do a lot of training for our colleagues here. Let's develop it. The secretariat and clerical class can have a section where even the our guys can be training them. It will also have positive impact. So a lot of other people, if we develop, can also use this venue to generate revenue for us. Then I want a service that is comparably remunerated, that the package is adequate for decent living, so that they are not people who want to be doing other jobs when they leave the service. They are people who want to stay in office and even work in the night for the good of the government. I want a service that is absolutely committed to facilitating the development and the realization of the dreams of the founding fathers of Osun State. A service that can hold its own anywhere, whether in any public forum or in the private sector. Thank you so much.
While I have the power of the microphone, let me use it for some personal engagement. I had the name of Chief Ogunkayede. If he's around, I would like to see him before he leaves. My old schoolmate at Ilesha Grammar School. Rather than actually waste time to summarize what they just said, because we are pressed for time, I think it's better to go straight and take one or two comments or questions. And thereafter, I can just give a rounding summary. Do we have any comment or question? Is there any question? Okay, in the absence of questions, oh, there is one.
Well, thank you very much, Baba. And me, nǹkan mẹ́ta ni mo fẹ́ ṣe láàrin ìṣẹ́jú kan. Mo fẹ́ sọ nǹkan kan láti bọ̀tírẹ́sì ohun tí Baba sọ níbí. I'm Yinka Oladejo, member of the LGA ní Ayédáadé local government. Yes, and two, the Director General of Oyetola Independent Campaign Initiative that is coming on board. But I want everybody here to stand up. Well, after celebrate Baba, everybody just stand up. Nǹkan mẹ́ta tẹ́ ṣe fún mi ni pé ẹ máa pa àtẹ́wọ́ ẹni mẹ́ta wà. Ẹ dẹ̀ máa dáhùn pé pàrékè. Ẹ jẹ́ àjọ pàrékè fúnra wa. Oyetola pàrékè fọ́sùn lọ. Ó sanwó oṣù kò tún san áàfù o. Ó kọ́ sí píìtù ká lè rí wòsàn. Ẹ̀wà lè kú ọ̀dọ̀ bí ìlú ọba. Bẹ̀dọ́kẹ́ balẹ̀ kẹ́rọ̀wọ́ wa. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ sẹ́dẹ̀ ò kẹ́rì iṣẹ́ tó ṣe. Àjọpọ̀ amen. Kò sí àyè tó baba, I want to celebrate you because when you come on board I was thinking that how ẹ̀jẹ̀ àjọkọ̀. Mo bá fẹ́ question yes I will round up. My question now is that baba, my prof sir, according to Peter Self, when he's talking about the dichotomy between politics and administration, he said that when you go to the higher level in the administrative hierarchy, ó wá sọ pé the dichotomy between politics and administration become thinner and thinner until it disappears completely. I wanted to say now here that according to Yinka Oladejo 2020, Abi, higher civil servants are politicians. And wait, why I'm saying this, wait, let me finish. That's my opinion. That higher civil servants are politicians because they join in the policy making. So, I'm now asking that question, sir. Can I now agree, can we agree that higher civil servants are, yes, higher civil servants are politicians because they partake in the policy making? And are we saying that what we are achieving here in Osun, are they contributing positively to it, and we should say thank you to them or not? Thank you very much, sir.
Please, we are not expected to derail. We are just to ask questions and go. Time is against us.
Thank you. Is there any question from that side? Okay, thank you very much. I just want to comment on one or two issues raised by both presenters. You remember the quote from Chief Awolowo read out by Professor Adam Olekun. The emphasis Chief Awolowo placed on civil service centered on efficiency, devotion, and incorruptibility. Interestingly, when Chief Abuaba spoke, he said when the first set of civil servants started out with Osun, State of Osun in 1991, he spoke about devotion, sacrifice, and doggedness. On top of it, they were earning very low salary, but they were committed and they enjoyed their job. Ṣé a lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nípa tiyín lónìí? That's the question you have to ask yourselves. Furthermore, Chief Abuaba wants that glory with which he and other civil servants worked from 1991 to be restored in the state of Osun. He cited Botswana, Singapore, and USA as examples. But one important distinction that Professor Adam Olekun made, which regardless of what you have heard subsequently, we must take seriously. And it's actually irrefutable. Political masters are temporary. Gómìnà Adéoma lọ, Tànátì lọ. They come and go. But the need for a permanent body of administrators to carry on the work of government is why the civil service was established. And it is for that reason, with apology to the last speaker, that civil servants are not and should not be politicians. But because I've interacted with most of you for a long time, I do not rule out the possibility of working with or even aligning with the government in power, with the governor in power. Why? Because you have to carry out his policies. That is the limit of your political participation. And we have to really bear that in mind. Thank you very much.
I'd like everybody, all the civil servants here, to please stand up and give a standing ovation to these international scholars for this rewarding lecture. The topic has been the civil service, contributions of the civil service to effective governance. And you will all agree with me, they have done justice to this lecture. It has been very rewarding and very, very worthwhile. A round of applause once again for these international scholars. You may please sit. And at this point, on behalf of the civil service, I'd like to appreciate Professor Niyi Akin-Nassor, the moderator of this very session, an eminent educationist and an international scholar. A round of applause for Professor Akin-Nassor once again. Also, I'd like to appreciate Professor Ladipo Adamalekun. He's a professor of public administration, international scholar, and erudite Nigeria. A round of applause once again. Also, I'd like to give it to the pioneer SSG and head of service, an administrator extraordinary, an administrator emeritus. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much for this very session. And at this juncture, I've been instructed to call the NLC chairman in the state of Osun, Comrade Jacob Adekomi, to talk to us for just 5 minutes. A round of applause for him as he comes to take the microphone to address us.
Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Your Excellency Alaja Kafaya Oyetola, all other protocols observed, our fathers who have done justice to the lectures of today. We are happy to have you in our midst, and I pray that the Almighty God will grant you long life and prosperity. Osun State civil servants, all my organs that are well seated, the permanent secretaries, coordinating directors, colleagues. First and foremost, I want to let our fathers here know that Osun State, the civil servants that you left behind in the state of Osun are still the civil servants that you left behind. The reason is not far-fetched. You were talking about perseverance, dedication, all other things that you have mentioned. And I want to say, when the chiefs were done in the state of Osun, my organs were seated here were dedicated to the government of the state of Osun. When centers cannot hold in the state of Osun, I want to say, sir, that these workers that you are seeing here collected half salary for 30 good months, and they did not revolt. They did not revolt for a single day. For a single day, we did not find them on the street of Alaya protesting against the government. These workers that you left behind are still the same workers that are patriotic, they persevered, they endured, and they were loyal to the government of the state. They are workers that love the government of the day. Today we are celebrating Governor Oyetola. I want to say kẹ́nikẹ́ni má fọwọ́ kan bàbá yẹn ara wa ni bàbá yẹn ara wa ni kẹ́nikẹ́ni mọ̀nà bàbá yẹn ara wa ni bàbá yẹn ara wa ni. Thank you very much. God bless you. Sir, we could remember Governor Oyetola. We are celebrating him today because of his acumen, because of his love for the workers. Hardly can you see workers, PS, permanent secretaries that you left behind, who are your children, coordinating directors, assistant directors, admin officers, dancing before a politician, if not because Governor Oyetola has done what others cannot do. It started in 2018 November precisely. Governor Oyetola gave an address. He said, one of my priority as a governor of the state of Osun will be workers' welfare. And he has been keeping to that promises. When he came on board, sir, there was a lacuna on ground. There was a kind of infraction, certificate infractions. Some people were caught in the web of certificate infractions. Not all of them were caught in that web. Some were typographical error. Some were forgery, total forgery. But he gave us the opportunity to review that. Not only to admit those that were using fake certificate, but those whose cases were due to typographical error. The case was reviewed from 5,000 plus. It was reviewed to 422. He gave us that mandate. And I want to say, lo and behold, that singular thing has been signed off. The fate of those 5,000 plus has been sealed by the last administration. It was approved that they should leave the service. And not all of them were caught in the last certificate web. It was due to some typographical error. Governor Oyetola came on board and he saved about 5,000 workforce staff from being sent out of the service. Are we not going to celebrate such a man? Not only that, this is the first time as a labor leader that we are going to achieve something without going to the street. We did not go to the street. We did not declare a one-day strike. I can remember vividly 2018. 2018, when we wanted to collect nominal promotion without money. My father is here, we bear witness. How do we collect a promotion without money? But because of where we find ourselves, nígbà tí wọ́n lè gbàdá lọ́wọ́ wa kí la ṣe? Anisuru ni. We were dancing. We wanted to collect just nominal promotions. We went on 3-day strike to collect nominal promotion without financial backing. That was where we found ourselves then. And if somebody that God has used to take us out of the mud, also workers were at their lowest ebb, no more. And it was unfortunate that these people that you are using, these people that are educated, they were very fast. 90% of them went to AU to study that what you are saying. They were subdued when consultancy services took over Osun. There was a time in Osun State when consultancy services took over Osun State. Was it not true? Consultants today, Oyetola has done us proud. Our PS, solicitor generals, surveyors are doing their works without any consultancy service. Are we not going to celebrate him? Not only that, since 2012, the last promotion that workers in the state of Osun got was the last monetized promotion that workers in the state of Osun got was in 2012. The last promotion was 2012. Monetized promotion in Osun was 2012 for state civil servants and for 2013 for local government service. The last promotion that was released back in 2018 was non-monetized promotion. So Oyetola has done us proud again. He has restored the service back to the old days that you left behind.
Olúwa ọlọ́lá ṣe mí lẹ́ni ayé fẹ́. Olúwa ọlọ́lá ṣe mí lẹ́ni ayé fẹ́. Ẹni tó ẹ bá fẹ́ kí má yí lárùn kankan. Ẹni tó ò bá fẹ́ ìwà rẹ̀ ó lè bá mú. Àìdára ni ó fi gbà tó bá jàjà ṣoore. Olúwa ọlọ́lá ṣe mí lẹ́ni ayé fẹ́. Olúwa ọlọ́lá ṣe mí lẹ́ni ayé fẹ́.
Sir, it may interest you to know that the service you left behind was destroyed some years back. Total increment, annual increment, which is statutory that you left behind. Also, workers in the past years, unfortunately for us, we did not benefit from 2012 till 2020. Also, workers did not benefit annual increment. Today, Governor Oyetola has restored our annual increment. He has given us back our promotion. Now, workers and pensioners have been receiving full salary.
Ẹni bá ṣe wájú Wàsíù ó yẹ káàkiri ọmọ ọ̀gbọ̀là omi o.
There was a time in the state of Osun that you have to travel to every nooks and crannies of the country to get your certificate, primary school certificate. Some people woke up from the wrong side of their bed and they said, go and bring your primary school certificate. If you don't have primary school certificate, how do we get to university? That was the situation we found ourselves. These days, workers in Osun are sleeping with their eyes closed. They are working with peace of mind, which were not in those days. Today, promotion embargo on promotion, which was hitherto embargoed, has been lifted forthwith by Oyetola. Conversion, which were hitherto embargoed, has been lifted forthwith by Oyetola. My people, the gains of Oyetola administration has been enormous. We can't count it at our fingertips. And I prayed that now, finally, the issue of minimum wage among the committee of states in the federation that has genuinely implementing and has approved the implementation of minimum wage is Governor Oyetola. My people, on behalf of Osun workers. On behalf of Osun State workers, Mr. Governor, all your cabinet members, we want to appreciate you. On behalf of all my workers that are seated here, we want to say a big thank you. The mighty hands of God will come to be with you. You shall fulfill all the other promises that you have promised to the people of Osun State. No weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Gather, they shall gather, but they shall not succeed. The Bible says, if they gather together, he shall scatter them. You are built on the rock of ages. The mighty hands of God will lift you up. Whoever gather against you, they shall no more be found. We say on behalf of my workers, we say a big thank you. All my workers, please, all my guys, please let us rise up and let us sing this song for Governor Oyetola. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate we shall stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Evangelist Pastor Comrade Jacob. He's overwhelmed.
Ẹ ṣeun gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bí ṣe ń dùn ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa ní ti ń dùn nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun gbogbo tá à ń ṣe ní rédíò tẹlifíṣàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ń gbé sí etí àwọn aráalé inú gbogbo wọn náà ń dùn ẹnìkan wà ní ààrẹ àwọn ọ̀gá àgbà ilé ẹ̀kọ́ girama ancops nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ọmọọba akínrọ́pọ̀ ìjà ọ̀dọ́là wọ́n láyé àwọn ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà Oyètọ́lá tẹ̀ ń ṣe lórí ètò ẹ̀kọ́ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n ní ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fún yín dáadáa bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni ìyálọ́jà ń jẹ́nira nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ìyá wa Síndẹ̀mádé àwọn náà ń dúpẹ́ pé ẹ̀ mú ọrọ̀ ajé búrẹ́kẹ́ wọn kà kì í yan bí tí lọ báyìí olórí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ọ̀mọ̀wé Festus Ológbóyèga Oyèbádé ìbùkún adé ọmọ adéró adéré gbogbo adé àkókò tó ń ọrọ nífẹ̀ẹ́ òtí ìyá.
ẹ ṣé. My colleagues, please, thank you. I want to thank you. As you are standing up, I want the NSC, with due respect, to stand up with us and all workers of the state of Osun. This is the day that we have to celebrate our governor. He's a comrade, not only a comrade by name, but a comrade by action. And it is such a governor that you like to work with as an head of service, because it's a comrade that will make your work very, very easy. And that is the reason we have to sing for him our own measure of appreciation by singing the labor anthem. When the union inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet was forced on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of war. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. There is victory for you. Victory. There is victory for you. Oyètọ́lá in a strong go for Osun State. There is victory for you, forward, ever, backward, never. In a struggle for our state, there is victory. Isoleto, Africa, Aluta, Victoria. God bless you. Mr. Governor, all other protocols observed. I have a little assignment on behalf of my colleagues that are here. The program that we have just engaged in is divided into two. The first session has been done by my father, who happens to be the coordinator of the colloquium, Professor Niyi Akinaso. And it has been well delivered by our own father too, Professor Adam Alekun, and my very good father, Chief Moses Inaolaji Ababa. The second one, sir, is done in lieu of the productivity of the entire civil service who are serving under the mentorship and leadership of Governor Isiaq Adegboyega Oyètọ́lá. Now, the venue here, sir, is deliberately selected to invite the attention of all my colleagues that are here to this place. And since Mr. Adeboyega Oyetola has come to this place today to honor us, God will continue to honor him throughout his lifetime. He has declared this place for marriage. He has declared this place for birthday ceremonies. He has declared this place for ceremony for all the workers of the state, both serving, retired, and members of the public. And he has declared this place once again for maximum training. And I hope all our people will work together not to close this place again. Second, why on our beat, Mr. Governor? We came across certain people who either were working with you or working under your directives. During the COVID-19, the entire state was in turmoil. Incidentally, the United States of America too, that we were thinking before, was invincible in terms of disease control, fell like a just pack of cards. Here in Osun, we were greeted with 127 returnees from Cote d'Ivoire. And incidentally, our governor came to the rescue. Those who showed up without running away at that material time, those who escalated their courage, the courage of Oyetola administration, to confront the pandemic and to dam its treacherous race without winking, will be presented to you today for special recognition. From the Health Management Board and the Ministry of Health, I have the honor to declare the following people as the most productive set of workers we have in the state in that ministry. The first one that has won the certificate of productivity in the Ministry of Health, Health Management Board is Dr. Jibola Olagunye. You will line up here as I call you for recognition, and as you are coming on, our PS Human Resources will be sorting out the certificate for them. Later, they will have an elbow shake with Mr. Governor for their recognition. The second person is Mrs. Oyeyode Abimbola Ineoluwa, a nurse that is one of the frontline workers that demonstrated skill during the COVID-19. Mr. Razak Benga Fafioye, the disease surveillance officer. He served as a rare breed without any compromise and without corruption and without embarrassment from that unit. Mr. Governor, we have the honor from the Public Service Office to present to you the coordinators of those programs. Dr. Rafiu Isamatu, you are recognized to come and take the elbow of Mr. Governor, and followed by Dr. Siji Olamiju. These are the frontline workers of the state who have worked seriously to attack COVID-19 and preventing it from attacking all of us. You are welcome and you have to stand there. Equally, Mr. Governor, please be giving them, passing their certificate to them. Later they will share the elbow. Then we announce their prices to them, courtesy of Mr. Governor. The reform you are carrying out, Mr. Governor, in the field of education has caught international attention. And incidentally, Professor Akin Nassau informed us that he was once an ex-student of Elisha Grammar School, which means he's part of the people that are rejoicing now. Now, the reform that you are doing, Mr. Governor, has caught credit in the entire state and internationally. And incidentally, the reform has been coordinated by excellent hands in that sector. I have the honor, Mr. Governor, to escalate to you that the best primary school teacher that has been supportive of this reform is Mr. Abioye Peter Adeboye, representing the primary school. Please, you can join them. Mr. Abioye Peter Adeboye, representing the primary school, for your certificate of merit. At the level of the secondary school, the best principal that has been driving the reform is Mr. Natola Emmanuel Olusegun, representing the secondary school. Mr. Governor, when you wanted to turn the state around for economic development, God gave you the vision to look at your chief of staff to coordinate some of us for a better job. Today, that singular effort of yours, sir, has opened the entire state for industrial development. Today, in Dagbolu, various industries are springing up. And in that corridor, so many other industries are springing up. And the next 1 year, to the glory of God, I want to assure you that more than 20,000 people will be engaged in that place, courtesy of Mr. Adeboye Oyetola. And the people that God has used to chairman the economic summit at that material time, the initiative came through a person. And we want that person with due respect because it's my boss. I want him to stand for recognition, to have the handshake with his boss, and that is Dr. Charles Akeola. Dr. Charles D.G. Akeola. Sorry to ask you to stand up, sir. You can be with these people there. You have to face the crowd. Sorry about that. Mr. Governor, too, we want to thank you for thinking to appoint somebody for us, and that is the Deputy Chief of Staff. He is a mobile investment. To the glory of God, he has made us proud in escalating the issue of mining sector in the state to the level that he had to go to Abuja and defend that in international fora. To the glory of God, that sector has attracted attention, and now the sector has attracted attention to the level of billions of dollars that are going to roll into Osun come 2021. And for that, we are presenting that very intelligent officer, very intelligent public officer, and that is the Deputy Chief of Staff. Equally, Dr. Olabode Olanipekun, HC Commerce. To the glory of God, he's been moving to Abuja, and to the glory of God today, industries are springing up in Osun. When people are going away from other states, industries are coming up in Osun. The political office holders there and the career office holders there are working together. And there's no better way to appreciate them than to recognize their efforts in contributing a new lease of life for the people of Osun State. And we are presenting to you the HC Commerce, Dr. Olabode Olanipekun, with his advisor, Mrs. Juliana Ogunfolaju, for your award. Mr. Governor, the primary health care center has been working. In fact, it was not constituted to work before, but it has been working. Why? This is the first time, sir, Mr. Governor, that we are pulling together members of the state service and members of the local government service together in one agency. And what makes management there to be very critical is that 90% of the workforce there, they are women. And you know how beautiful that women can be when you want to direct them to work in rural areas, which is not of their choice. But today, they are performing wonderfully well. And incidentally, the statistics that we are getting from them for their performance has been very revenue yielding for the entire state, and we are winning awards over awards. Mr. Governor, I rejoice with you. And the person that is going to represent that agency is no other person than Dr. Fabi Yoluwole, who is going to be recognized for the certificate of efficiency in that place. Mr. Governor, the work you are doing in public health and making health to be available to all the people of the state has been so wonderful because of the person you have put in that health insurance. Not only now that we have not done such things before, and we were thinking now that it will only be for the public servant or civil servants in the state, but I want to tell you, Mr. Governor, that hundreds of thousands of members of public have been registered in this scheme, and the scheme is working, including providing access to health to vulnerable groups in the state. This is novel, and this is the idea you have, and this is the message, and this is the achievement that you are getting for the people of Osun State. And for getting it right, sir, I propose to you Dr. Ogini for recognition. Equally, Mr. Governor, we have never seen this type of civic engagement before. Earlier than now, civic engagement will be either a radio announcement or a television announcement, or the government will do it by himself when he's doing any program to announce his program and to enjoin people to follow him. But we have seen somebody now that is not a member of Jehovah's Witness, but is using Jehovah's Witness approach in the engagement of moving from door to door, house to house, campaigning the good message of Boyega Oyetola for whoever that cares to listen. Even if you don't want to listen, he will make sure that he tells you. And after engaging you, the second day he has to put it on the broadcast to let you see what you have to. And it does not stop there. At the late hours of the night, he will equally come back to Mr. Governor to tell him every detail of what you have told him. Attention for the communities, attention for the artisans, attention for the less privileged, and this is the person now that has introduced another thing into communication. And the person now that has come into that field is no other person than Honorable Bosun Oyetiloye. We propose him to stand for recognition before Mr. Governor. There's another person, Mr. Governor. He's not just a politician. When you check newspapers every weekend, or you check the Facebook or any other social media, you will always meet his article. He will discuss intellectually, not just a politician that will just say this thing is good and he go away. No. He will engage you intellectually in his write-up to explain Boyega Oyetola to you from A to Z every week. And he's not appointed as either a commissioner or an advisor. Mr. Governor, that person is doing a wonderful job, and from our office, we read him every day, and we want him to be recognized by having a touch of fidelity with your elbow, sir. And that person is Barrister Kunle Oyatomi, the APC Publicity Secretary for the state. Mr. Governor, we have another person. The normal idea of a CPS is for him just to talk to press, collect brand envelope for them, and he goes away, and he will make his own profit. But there is another CPS that Mr. Governor has got. He has put everything into it. He will go to the radio to take up opponents of Mr. Governor. He will go to the mosque to preach the gospel of evangelism. That's why if he is a Muslim, he will go to church to do the same. He will go to motor park to preach. So this is a person that is doing an unusual job in a usual way, and he does it with passion that he requires. Mr. Governor, I present to you Mr. Ismaila Omepidon. Thank you. There is somebody here. He works in OSBC. And the way he runs the programs there that is given to me, either in sports or a news item, at times he will write the editorial, at times he will present a lot of, he becomes a person that is affable for development. Mr. Governor, I have the honor to invite for your attention Mr. Adeyemi Emmanuel Aboderin for recognition, Mr. Chairman. Equally, the civil service of the state of Osun has found somebody as a comrade, and he's not just a journalist in this state. He is a person that brings an unusual passion to it, passion for development. And it takes the news about your administration to a higher level, not just reporting, even he expresses opinion. That person, Mr. Governor, is no other person than Mr. Rafiu Ahmed of TVC. Yes. Mr. Governor, there is somebody here that is a barrister at law, but he does his things in an unusual way. When he's in court, He takes the matter of the state government personal. When it's about to be questioned about anything, he will do everything that is possible to make sure now that the state is not embarrassed. Not only for himself, but equally for the people now that are lawyers serving in the Ministry of Justice. And they are cooperating so well, taking order from the Attorney General, the good Attorney General of the state that we are having. I have the honor to present to you that passionate man, Mr. Dapo Adeniji. Equally, Mr. Governor, in the judicial section of our service, somebody is resilient, cool, calm, collected, doing what he should do. He's not corrupt, he's very astute, and he's very loyal to administration, and is the Secretary of the Judicial Service Commission. I present to you, Mr. Governor, Mr. Michael Oladepo Obidia of the Judicial Service Commission. Mr. Governor, there is an agency that can embarrass your administration, and that is the pension board. And that is the board that all of us serving will end up in. They can be corrupt by soliciting for carrots from pensioners. They can blackmail by delaying. They can equally, by their conduct, punish pensioners by being hostile to them. And they are not going to be blamed, Mr. Governor. The abuse will be passed on, Your Excellency, without knowing, as part of vicarious liability. But the pension board, the two pension boards that we are having in the state, have not been doing that. And to promote the excellence that they deserve, I want to put on record, sir, that the officer that is representing the collective conscience of that board from the local government pension board is no other person than Mr. Nureni Olatunji Lasisi, local government pension board. Equally from the state pension board, the man that is doing very excellently well in that place is Mr. Kamarudin Ayodele Alao, for not embarrassing us. Equally, Mr. Governor, if Baba Abuaba now moves to the GRA, he will see a new thing. Nearly all the roads there are tarred, and the roads there now are now FIFA rated, dollar denominated, courtesy of our governor and the people that God has used as the servant of our governor, working with thee, and you can never see the two of them being separated. Mr. Governor, that person is no other person than Honorable Natalia Nakumbiade, AC Land, and Honorable Bakari Alimi, SA Land, for Mr. Governor. Now, there's an office that when the last administration was to close, that office equally closed. It's unfortunate that we have to start that office again. We have to start it anew because some things were just not in the right particular there. But somebody was appointed by you, sir. And within, though his appointment was delayed, but within only 2 weeks of his assumption of office, he was able to fix that office, he was able to establish it anew, and he was able now to raise it to the position of excellence. And that person is no other person, Mr. Governor, and that is Mr. Richard Tinobu, the Director General, Bureau of Social Services. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will interest our father here, particularly Chief Inolaji Abuaba, that culture in Osun is no longer just for dancing. Culture in Osun is no longer just for painting. Mr. Adeboyega Oyetola has turned it around. Now, Sterling Bank has come. Union Bank has come with billions of dollars to invest in Osun come 2021. And Mr. Governor, just about last week, he launched the cultural policy and tourism policy for the entire state. And by next year, when Osun is 30, there will be 30 cultural projects that international organizations are launching and building in this state, making it a tourism destination for everybody. And the man Mr. Governor has put in the saddle doing the job is no other person than Dr. Adebisi Obawale. Please come out for recognition. Thank you. Equally, Mr. Governor. Equally, Mr. Governor, we want to tell you that the Commissioner for Education and the Advisor on Education have been vilified, criticized, humiliated, wounded and wounded because of the education reform. Some were based on blackmail, some on red mail, and some on yellow mail. But they were resilient. They were obstinate. And they were delivering the goods. Mr. Governor, I humbly invite the Commissioner for Education, Bamishayemi Oladoyin, to come and shake Mr. Governor and take his salute in presence of the people as doing well. Mr. Jamiu Olawumi, please follow. A round of applause for them. Then there is one man. He's a permanent secretary. He's a permanent secretary to the general. In fact, I must tell you, sir, that is the most senior officer in education ministry. And by design, I posted another person on him for a particular strategic organization. He never complained. He was doing his job in the DC where he is, and he continues to do it without frowning. He deserves our commendation. And that is Mr. Adeniola, PS, Tutor General of the Ministry of Education. Please stand up. Mr. Governor, when we were passing through the office of the SSG, we passed through some very committed officers. And incidentally, those committed officers can only be signposted by only one person. And that person that Your Excellency will honor today is Mrs. Florence Olubumi Habioye, for your painstakingness, for your industry, and for your commitment to the service. When we were passing through the office of the Deputy Governor, sir, we met another person. And that person is Mr. Ajibola Olaniyi. He has a very lasting impact on us, and we know he's very loyal to this administration. Mr. Ajibola Olaniyi. Mr. Governor, when we were passing through your own office, we met some dutiful officers there. Many duty officers there, very celebrated, very decent, not corrupt, not verbose, and you will never see them putting up the garb of working with Mr. Governor. They are always full of decorum. I want to present to you, Mr. Governor, Mrs. Olufumilola Ajala for recognition, followed by Mr. Akolawole Badiru Kazim. God bless you. And followed by Mr. Solomon Ademusu. God bless you. Yes. Mr. Governor, somebody has been assisting you to keep peace in that House of Assembly. Records are not forged. Minutes are taken. Publications are regularly done. And there is no embarrassment to the Executive Council from the Legislative Council. That person doing the magic there is the clerk of the House. I humbly present Mr. Amushan, the clerk of the Assembly, to Mr. Governor for recognition, for efficiency and proficiency in the job you do. Mr. Governor, when the Chief of Staff was delivering your message of verifying punctuality in the service of Osun, he did not stop in the cities. He went to the rural areas. In fact, he went to one of the remotest villages in Osun. Alas, He discovered now that all the health centers, 320 health centers that you have rehabilitated colorfully and stuffed with drugs are not left to be idle. They are used, maximally used to service the people. And on quick at the early hours of one Saturday at weekends, when he was of the opinion that he would not meet anybody on duty, the chief of staff, Dr. DG Akiola, met all the officers that were in that maternities, in that primary health care center, working at the crack of dawn on Saturday. 2 officers there will signpost the punctuality that those people represent in the service. And one is Mrs. Kehinde Kekere Ekron. Please come on to take the elbow of his governor. And the last person there is Mrs. Bidemi David. They were met on duty at around 7 a.m. in the evening in the remotest village in Osun, treating patients. Mr. Governor, the last but not the least, somebody here has a lasting impression on us. It's elderly, it's international, it's colorful. Not only that, it's well connected. But he has a real passion. He has the power to stay in Abuja. He has the power to stay in Washington, D.C., to enjoy with Trump or with Biden that is about to take power. He has the authority and the connection to stay in Lagos. He has been a columnist. He has been a professor in one of the best universities in the world. Yet, he loves to live in the manger, encouraging us to do more for our state, building our capacity directly and indirectly, and influencing our conduct to do public good at all times. He's passionate with you, and he's passionate for you, and he's passionate for everybody, and he's passionate for Osun. Permit me, Mr. Governor, to ask my father to stand up for recognition. You will be there, and that is Professor Niyi Akinaso, for the recognition of the governor of the state. With my father standing there, Mr. Governor, my task is completed. My debt as the head of service is paid. My account with history is settled. I invite you, sir, to come with the first lady, to have an elbow with them, and after you have the elbow with them, in batches, they will snap with you. Now, those of you that the awardees here, Mr. Governor has awarded you new fridge, refrigerator. Every one of them will take that. Apart from certificate of merit, you will take fridge. All of you will take that for your efficiency, for your proficiency, and for your lawyer. Lawyers, oh yeah, you see governor, oh yeah, one after the other. Then after the other, oh yeah, when you take your picture, you go with Mr. Governor. Yes, just the elbow. Oh yeah, with the first lady too. Oh yeah, mommy. Emma, you are governor by no. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. One after the other in that direction. Thank you. With that direction. One after the other. Your gifts are not from, your gifts are to be taken from the public service office tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Okay. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ má ti lọ o. Ẹ̀yin á wà lápá òkè bí ọ̀gá máa wà ń bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà níwájú. Wọ́n á bá ya group picture, and that will be the productivity picture for the entire state for 2020. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, photographers, àwọn tó ti dúró, àwọn á wà lápá òkè. Ọ̀gá àti ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, ẹ wá bá mi ya picture pẹ̀lú àwọn yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan kọ́gà tó sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú sà. Dáàdi ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bọ̀. Mr. Aina, Mr. Aina, Mr. Akintola, ẹ wá organize bí wọ́n á ṣe ya photo pẹ̀lú ọ̀gá níbí báyìí. Mr. Yintiloye, ẹ kú oríire o. You are taking civic engagement. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ program ìparí àwọn tó dìde yẹn o. Ọ̀gá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí o. Ẹ ẹjọ fridge wà fẹ́ ní ó yẹ ẹjọ ẹ bá mi organize bọ́ọ̀gà ṣe máa ya photo it takes only 2 minutes ẹ̀yin ẹ wọ this ẹ bọ́ sápá òkè báyìí kẹ́ ẹ join ọ̀gá àwọn tó wà ní high table ẹ bá mi organize wọn sí ìsàlẹ̀ báyìí ẹjọ ẹ join ọ̀gá ẹ join ọ̀gá thank you ẹ join ọ̀gá quick ẹjọ fridge Oyètọ́lá wà fún yín lọ́fíìsì mi o ọ̀fẹ́ ni o tuntun ni o kì í ṣe Tòkunbọ̀ ẹjọ dádì náà dúró ìkan lọ sọ́dọ̀ gómìnà ẹ bá mi tètè ṣe ẹjọ ibi ni wọ́n á gbà ibi ni wọ́n á gbà Mr. Àyìndán ibi wọ́n á gbà ẹjọ ibi wọ́n lè gbàgbé ẹjọ ẹ bá mi ẹ ṣe ẹjọ Professor Akínàsọ ń bọ̀ o bàbá àbọ̀ àbá ń bọ̀ o ẹjọ Professor oya Adamalekun ń bọ̀ oya ẹ bá mi organize and ẹ kọ́kọ́ bá mi organize don't tell me what I want organize kí wọ́n lè escalate wọn débẹ̀ yẹn ẹjọ PS general managers auditor general head of agency ẹ máa tètè bọ̀ báyìí o tí wọ́n bá ti kó lókè yẹn ìyá bọ́ síbẹ̀ ẹ sáré ìyá pẹ̀ lọ́gàá ẹjọ ó yá ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ ti yà lókè yẹn ó ti tó ẹjọ Mr. ó yá PS director general executive secretaries heads of agencies ó yá with Mr. Governor and that is the last one and that is the last one take your photograph with Mr. Governor ó yá let everybody on the high table go and sit down Mr. Governor wants to address us. Yeah, take your photographs. Take your photographs, ladies and gentlemen. Eshe, now go and sit down and the program MC, my tax is done.
A round of applause for the HOS for that beautiful session. Also a round of applause for His Excellency and His amiable wife for the able assignment. We congratulate the COS too. Now, I want His Excellency to take his seat before I invite him to address the gathering. And it's now time. Ladies and gentlemen, we know you are still basking in the euphoria of the award, but we need to move on. And so at this point, I'd like to respectfully and humbly invite His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, for the Governor's address.
Gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ń bọ̀ báyìí o. Ìrèmọ̀kọ́ ọmọ àgbéwà ti jẹ́ jíjẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ àwúlẹ̀ wúwo ìrèmọ̀kọ́ ọmọ àwúlẹ̀
ọmọ àwọ̀rìn tó rìn lọ ìlérí Olúwa ó di mímú ṣẹlẹ́sọ Oyètọ́lá ní gómìnà àti dúpẹ́. Orí ìrẹ́wàlú ìrẹ́gùn àlọ́sùn wa. Ìjọba Oyètọ́lá ti pọ́dún méjì gbogbo ará ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwùjọ àwùyọ̀ àdúpẹ́ àtúntọ́pẹ́ dá.
Thank you very much. The day is well spent. I recognize my darling wife, Mrs. Kafayat Oyetola, my deputy, Mr. Benedict Olugboyega Alabi, my darling sister, former deputy governor of our state, Otunba Titilaoye Ponle, and my uncle, Prince Tunde Ponle. Thanks so much for being here since several hours ago. The Chief Judge of the state, ably represented by the Chief Registrar, Mr. Lasisi Mohammed Adebayo, SSG COS, Head of Service, other members of the State Executive Council present, the chairman of our party, Prince Gbóyèga Famodun, other party escorts, and leaders of our party that are here. The women leader, Alaja Kudura Fakukunde. When I was reading some other news, didn't say, oh, anything. The PS Executive Secretary GM, CDs present, our guest lecturers, namely Professor Niyi Akinaso, Professor Ladipo Adamolekun, Chief Inolaji Ababa, Directors and staff of MDAs, our labor leaders, distinguished awardees of today, I congratulate you. Iyaloja and Babaloja present, particularly the General, Alaja Awawu Ashimgande. The old male, oh yes, if you are here, I recognize all of you. Other distinguished personalities present, the entertainers, security operatives, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm most delighted to join you, our dear hardworking bureaucrats and invited guests at the 2020 Civil Service Productivity Lecture and Awards. I thank you for inviting me to grace this important occasion meant to remind us all the central role of our bureaucracy plays as key stakeholders in the governance process. I would also like to specifically thank our resource persons, Professor Ladipo Adamolekun, lead paper presenter, Chief Inolaji Ababa, presenter, and our moderator, Professor Niyi Akinaso, for accepting to be with us today, despite the very short notice. I must also note that we count ourselves very privileged to have people of your exposure, caliber, and pedigree to be available for us to draw from. Again, my unreserved gratitude also goes to you, our dear bureaucrats, for being present today and for the unalloyed support and understanding you have given us since we assumed office. You are our pride, and we are immensely proud to have you as dependable partners in our quest for building the Osun of our dreams. The topic of discussion, contribution of the civil service to effective governance, is indeed very apt. This is because it affords us an opportunity to re-examine the roles and place of civil service in facilitating effective governance, when viewed against the background of the collapsing moral fabrics in our country. Our preoccupation here today should hold more than a passing attraction. It is worth asserting that without a civil service that is adequately equipped to play a stabilizing role in our national democracy, we might as well talk of impactful governance in elusive terms. I urge you all, therefore, to pay attention to the solutions that will be preferred to these eminent speakers, to us in our quest for a transformed society. Our recent approval of the minimum wage and lifting of embargo on promotion of our bureaucrats is a step in the right direction. Our dire financial condition notwithstanding, we are committed to also paying the pension of our retirees who have served this state diligently. Rest assured that we will not waver on this. While I congratulate all our prospective awardees for the deserved honor, I charge you and indeed all bureaucrats to do more, for it is in doing more that we will be able to create more wealth for catering for the welfare of our people and providing adequate social infrastructure for all. I thank you for listening and wish you all a more rewarding event. God bless you. Having read the speech, I must say that I'm particularly very elated to see the crop of civil servants from the level of 0 to the highest coming together today. It shows indeed we are really partners in progress. I've always believed that no government can do well without a very dedicated civil service. And when I listened to the lecture given by the speakers, I realized that what they are emphasizing on is a dedicated civil service. And I'm saying this with all sense of responsibility, that what we have in our state is a dedicated civil service. All that they need is motivation. You can get the best out of them if they are well motivated. And that's exactly why we think that your welfare is an important aspect of what we need to do. It's part of our priority. And even though we don't have the resources to do most of the things we are doing, we believe in God. That with that desire to ensure that we give you the best, we're going to get the best from you. So it's important for you to continue to increase productivity. We've done our own bit as a government. You need to do yours. You cannot complain of not being paid as I went due now. Please ensure that you put in the best to justify with the little we have done for you so that you can get more later. I look forward to a robust relationship with the civil service. I must commend the leadership of Labour for being with us. I can say that for the past 24 months, there has been no single strike with our civil service. Let's all recognize the fact that this state belongs to all of us. We are stakeholders. We must put in our best at all times. And we'll be engaging ourselves from time to time. If there are issues, let us know. We'll look at them. If we have issues with you too, through your leadership, we'll pass it across to you. The partnership must not be taken for granted. Do your own part, and I can assure you, as a government, we'll continue to take care of your welfare. We're going to take your welfare as your priority, and together we take our state to the next level. God bless you.
Ẹ ṣeun o. Ẹ ṣeun. Ọ̀mọ̀wé Ológbò Ìgà Oyèbádé, olórí àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ẹ ní kinní kan tí ẹ fẹ́ kéde rẹ̀.
Gómìnà wa ká tó máa lọ, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀yin ẹlẹgbẹ́ mi, ẹni mẹ́ta kan wà ń bí tá a ní special honour fún, a gbọ́dọ̀ dìde fún wọn nígbà tí gómìnà tí wọ́n bá kọjá wá síbí kí gómìnà fún wọn certificate wọn. They are not just politicians. Please, colleagues and friends, for the last time today, please stand up and remain standing for 1 minute. They are not just politicians. They are not just appointees of Mr. Governor. But they are always too passionate to advance our cause. In fact, when night closes on certain people in terms of discipline, they are more concerned. When somebody in the civil service has a problem, they are more concerned. And incidentally, they equally solve a lot of problems, even without escalating such problems to Mr. Governor. And they do that mostly to all of us that are in civil service. We want to honor no other person, and it will come to Mr. Governor here to have an elbow on the stage there, and that is Honorable Israel Ajibola Famurewa. Please, Ejemabo. Eba mi love. Bookie, you buy me phone to one day. Please, you will move there to receive yours here in front of Mr. Governor for the excellent job we are doing in and out of office. The certificate will be given to Mr. Governor Buki. The certificate will be given to Mr. Governor, and Mr. Governor will give it to him personally. The second person, you would think he's just a commissioner. At times, he will address the press. At times, he will escalate issues to discuss on the radio. And at times, you will see him on the road. And at times, you will see him leading contractors all around. And mostly, for the first time again, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing our officers use directly their resources, their latent potentials are made use of in their offices. I humbly present to Mr. Governor for a handshake, and that is Engineer Remy Omawaye. If he's not around, somebody that is his friend should come up to have a handshake with Mr. Governor in the presence of all the civil servants standing up. Okay, good. Our Attorney General is his friend. Please, can you please have another? Okay. And lastly, there is somebody that is the oldest in the Executive Council. That's why the fact that he is the closest to Mr. Governor, you will never see it. You will never read it. And anything that affects any staff in any ministry, he takes it up personally to counsel that person and to work for the success of that person. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst for decoration Mr. Hussein Olatoke Olaniyan, SA Work, Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Works. He's a father. I'm sure he's on job, and can somebody stand for him to take this decoration? Oh yeah, it's a bami from Mr. Governor. If Robert Musa is here, he's recognized. His SA too is recognized for what he's doing in budget. And they will take the awards from Mr. Governor when they are run. I thank you, gentlemen. Vote of thanks, Alaja.
Alaja Latifat Giwa, Commissioner for Human Resources and Capacity Building.
We give glory to Almighty Allah. Having done that, I want to appreciate our governor, the masses governor, workers governor, governor of the day, governor that is moving Osun to the state of Dubai. By God's grace, the next 1 year, we'll start seeing Dubai in Osun. Very soon, we'll have our airport in place. And I can assure you, I see it coming, that governor will be blessed and the half salary balance will be paid very soon. Somebody continue to say amen. Mr. Governor, we appreciate you for coming. Before I go ahead, Mr. Governor, I want to appreciate you again for coming, accepting to attend this program in this place. You have seen it all. We want to turn this place to CMD. Mr. Governor, we want to turn this place to CMD. And I know you are going to do it for us. Thank you for accepting to do it for us. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Our Excellency, our mother, UNICEF Ambassador, we appreciate you, ma. Thank you for taking care of our governor. May God continue to bless you. I recognize and thank the Deputy Governor, a supportive Deputy Governor, Mr. Benedict Adegboyega Alabi. Thank you. Our former Deputy Governor, an honest Deputy Governor, a workaholic Deputy Governor, and our lover, Baba Akpanle. Thank you very much for coming, for attending our program. Baba SSG, We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. The COS, the chairman committee for this program, this is a well done job. Thank you. We appreciate you. The speakers for the day are Babas and Baba Professor Akinos. So, Baba Ladipo Ade Molekun and Baba Abuaba. We continue to thank you. We count on you for your advice. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. The host, today's host, HOS, today is your day. Thank you. Well done. All my colleagues here present, we appreciate you for coming. The party, the best party in Nigeria, APC, we appreciate all of you, including the woman leader. The permanent secretaries here present, we equally appreciate you. The directors, all the agencies head, we really appreciate all of you. Thank you for coming. God bless you all. I pray that this time next year, we'll have a wonderful outing as well. Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ kọ jálẹ̀, ẹ kọ ń ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀ ní Ọ̀ṣun yẹn jálẹ̀. Yóò dà fún yín. Gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ń ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀. Wọ́n máa ṣe bẹ̀bẹ̀, Ọlọ́run máa fún wọn ṣe. Ibi tá à ń lọ báyìí, àdúrà la fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ orúkọ Ọlọ́run. Òun náà la fi káàdì ẹ̀. Dókítà Níyè Ọ̀gíní, ṣókí ni o. Olúwa ẹ̀yin ni ó yẹ.
Àwọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹjọ́ ẹ̀ ń bá morin yóò bá mi kọ́. Òun náà la fi máa kásẹ̀ ètò yìí. Òjò ìbùkún yóò sì rọ̀, ìlérí ìfẹ́ lèyí, a ò ní ìtura dídùn látọ̀dọ̀ Olùgbàlà. Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín torí pé ẹ̀yin ni Ọlọ́run tí ń rọ òjò ìbùkún lórí ẹ̀dá láyé. Tí ẹ̀yin Ọlọ́run ò bá rọ òjò ìbùkún yín kò sẹ́nì kankan tó lè ní ìbùkún tó tọ́. A dúpẹ́ nítorí wípé ìrì àánú yín sẹ̀ sí wa lórí ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. A dúpẹ́ nítorí wípé ẹ fún wa ní gómìnà tó jẹ́ wípé ó jẹ́ aláàánú. A dúpẹ́ nítorí wípé ẹ ràn lọ́wọ́ láti mú ìlérí ṣẹ. A dúpẹ́ nítorí wípé ìtura ti ń dé bá ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa yálà òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba ni àbí oníṣẹ́ ara ẹni ni àbí àwọn tó ń ṣe òṣèlú ni a rí wípé ohun rere ti ń dé bá wa ní orúkọ Jésù. Olúwa ẹ gba ọpẹ́ wa, Jésù ẹ gba ìyìn wa. Ẹ̀yin lọ́lọ́run tẹ́ lè tini lẹ́yìn láti ṣe àṣeyọrí. Olúwa gbàdúrà fún gómìnà wa wípé ẹ̀yin Ọlọ́run ẹ ó máa tì wọ́n lẹ́yìn sí ìlérí tí wọ́n ṣe láti mú ìtura bá ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wa ní orúkọ Jésù yóò di mímú ṣẹ. Gbogbo nǹkan tí ò ní jẹ́ kó di mímú ṣẹ ẹ bá mú kúrò lọ́nà. Ìṣẹ́gun ní gbogbo ọ̀nà Olúwa ẹ fi fún wọn. Gbogbo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ ìjọba pátápátá àtàwọn tí wọ́n ń jẹ lówó, Olúwa àtàwọn tó ń tẹ̀tí fẹ̀yìntì náà tá a ṣe ń jẹ lówó, oore ọ̀fẹ́ láti wà láyé láti fi ọwọ́ wa gbẹ ìtọ́ wa Olúwa ó fi fún wa. Àyípadà rere tí ó dé nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí ó ràn gómìnà wa lọ́wọ́ láti ní ànító àti àníṣẹ́kù láti jẹ́ kí èròǹgbà ọkàn rẹ̀ kó ṣẹ fún ìpínlẹ̀ ní orúkọ Jésù. Olúwa ẹ gbà láàyè ní orúkọ Jésù. Olúwa ẹ gbà láàyè. Nígbà tó bá wá ń dà a ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ nìkankan wá ṣàwáì. A dúpẹ́ nítorí pé ẹ ti gbọ́ àdúrà náà. Ògo ní fún orúkọ yín bàbá wa Jésù Kristi Olúwa wa. Àmín àmín lórúkọ Jésù. Praise the Lord.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the First Lady.
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilé ìbí wa, kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fàyè rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ní pé àti bẹ́ẹ̀. ṣiṣẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ìkẹjẹ́ ká máa lè gbà tẹ̀síwájú ọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sí ipò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀ ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
It's Maestro on the beat, baby.
ẹ jẹ́ kí gómìnà ó kọjá o. adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìyá wa Kàfáyà Tóyètọ́lá.
orúkọ máa yọ ọdún wọn ṣe ni.
Alájà Kàfáyà Tóyètọ́lá.